you gonna have the whole IT
We're
department
live?
on there?
Okay. I now call this regular meeting of Davenport Community School District Board of Directors to order. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Director Beck, would you please read the board priorities?
Yes. The Davenport School Board establishes the following priorities to ensure the academic success of all students. Provide leadership and direction to improve the overall learning environment in our classrooms, schools, and district, including the health, safety, security, and happiness of students and staff. Direct and support actions, programs, and activities which reduce the impacts of poverty on our students, their families, and our community.
Thank you. Director Hayes, would you please read the mission and vision statements?
Yes, I'll be happy to. Mission statement is to enhance each student's ability by providing a quality education enriched by our diverse community. Vision statement is to education that challenges conventional thinking, prepares all students to compete in a global society, and inspires our students, parents, staff, and community to answer the question, what if?
Thank you. Superintendent Schneckhoff, would you please read the goals we are going to go over tonight?
So the goals that will be addressed are goal number 3 and 5. 3 is the expectation of the board that the district finance issues are resolved and the staff will continue to work with the district in compliance with the state reporting mandates. And 5, the emphasis will be placed on student achievement. I would also like to add an additional goal to this, goal number 1, as moving towards our full accreditation, as we will be discussing that a little bit tonight. So it always feels good to have a box on our goal. That's right, checked off. So I'm very excited about talking about that later. Sorry for the ad lib.
Thank you, Superintendent. Up first, we got a presentation on literacy. I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
Yeah, so we have our team tonight going to give us an update on literacy. So Lisa Stevenson and her team are going to share with you our presentation, and I think you might even see some of yourselves in our presentation tonight.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us again. This is our mid-year literacy report. And I'm happy to be here tonight with Bonnie AC and Tara Parrish. And Trudy is back for a repeat visit, one of our teachers. And we're going to share with you some updates from our winter testing and also kind of give you a look forward at some of the things that we're working on presently. So if you'll go ahead, I want you to know, too, that our goal, of course, with all of these presentations to the board is to give you implementation updates. So we're sharing student data with you, but we're also sharing implementation information. So by that, I mean when our implementation teams go out to the North Region, West, or Central, and these are follow-up visits, usually after elementary academy. They have conversations with the building principal and the teams to check in on this data and check in on what's actually being implemented in regards to early literacy. So you'll see pieces of that in tonight's presentation too. In October, we had a presentation. You were able to see that baseline fall data that students take in September. And here today, you'll get to see our winter data, which was taken by our students in January. All of this is part of our continuous improvement plan. As you know, we're looking at our baseline, making a plan, and checking in. So our goal now in March is to share both data with you and implementation plan updates, which would put us at step 4 of the continuous improvement process. As a reminder, Brenda has up there, those are the 8 IASB questions that can kind of serve as a guidance for you into ways you may want to frame questions towards us at the end. And we will definitely welcome your questions at the end. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bonnie to lead us into what our outcomes are for tonight.
Okay, good evening. So we have 2 intended outcomes for today. That first one is really to be able to examine our fast winter literacy data to assess impact. And that's step 5 on that continuous improvement process that we've talked about. And then number 2 will be to spend some time with that implementation data that Lisa talked about to show you how we've actualized that in the classroom. So here you can see that continuous improvement process, and we continue to implement those actions laid out within our early literacy plan. That committee continues to meet weekly where we plan and support the implementation of those early literacy actions. The data that we review serves as that progress measure in the plan where we inform our actions and helps us to assess the impact each time we have new data. So back in October when we looked at fall data, and then now when we're reviewing winter data. After winter data, we are currently on step 5, which is assessing our impact. This allows us that opportunity to assess our plan based on student achievement data and determine any adjustments that need to be made within our early literacy plan based on the most recent data. So we'll ask questions such as, is this plan working? Do we need to make any adjustments to the plan, etc. Utilizing our district's cascade model, immediately following the winter screening window, our building and district data was analyzed by providing building leadership teams time to analyze that data at Leadership Academy. Each building took that initial analysis back to their teachers for input and collaboration. And then any adjustments that buildings and teachers recommended are shared with our DSAT and our literacy committee for consideration and planning. So good, if you could stay here, thank you. So we want to think about our desired state within 6 healthy indicators. And so this helps us to monitor the health of our overall MTSS system or our multi-tiered system of support. And these healthy indicators are also progress monitors within our early literacy plan to help us monitor that plan along the way with how we're doing. So indicator 1 comes from the assessment and data-based decision-making, and it states that 95% of our students are screened. We definitely want to celebrate this goal. We've met this goal both in fall and winter, with 97% of our district students being screened during the assessment windows. Thank you. Healthy indicator 2 is also from assessment and database decision making, and it states that 90% of students below benchmark are being progress monitored. And it is designed really to help us monitor the percentage of students who are not at benchmark and monitored each week between that fall and winter screening test window. So from fall to winter, you can see that we ended with 43% of students below benchmark being progress monitored weekly. As we monitored this goal first semester, we began working with buildings to review this data in the goal. We made adjustments in the requirement that ensured 4th, 5th, and 6th grade students would be monitored weekly instead of every other week. We've also worked with supporting buildings and how to monitor that data weekly at CTTs versus just at the end where it's more summative and then we can't act or respond to that data. We know that we'll need to continue to monitor all grades closely to ensure that goal of 90% of students below benchmark are progress monitored. For example, we do want to celebrate that during the week of March 6th, you can see 86% of students below benchmark were progress monitored. So clearly the actions that we've taken with working with building teams are having a positive impact on ensuring students are monitored. When we look at indicator 3, thanks, Brenda. Perfect. This is a universal instruction, and it states that 80% of students screened are at or above benchmark. And we can see that in the fall, we were at 52% proficient, and in the winter, we increased to 53% proficient for K-6. Although this is a small increase, we want to remember that our students fell significantly behind during COVID, and also that these are moving benchmark targets that increase expectations with each screening window. So they get harder, increasing in rigor each time. We do want to celebrate, just for an example, that many of our buildings had exceptional growth. Jefferson Elementary is one of those, for example, who grew 7% from fall to winter. Also, when we look at this data, buildings will drill down to the student level, and we had many celebrations at our student level with the growth that individuals made in closing the gap, where they were getting closer to meeting benchmark, but they just weren't quite there yet. In your handout, you should have a colored packet that I want to refer to now that talks about that growth data. Due to privacy concerns, we didn't include it in the original presentation because there are student pictures, but we wanted to definitely celebrate and talk about these kiddos. So student number 1, you can see it noted that she did receive 90 minutes of Tier 1 core instruction every day with our new 95% phonics core program. In addition, she received a 30-minute Tier 2, which was that walk to intervention we've talked about as part of our early literacy plan, where it addressed her deficit skill areas. When we look at her accuracy data, you can see that in the fall, she only had 79% of words read correctly, but in the winter, she jumped to 96%, where that was a 17% gain, where she met benchmark. For her rate, which is her fluency or how quickly she reads a grade level passage, in the fall, she was only 50 words correct per minute. She went to 77, which you can also see that target moved. Remember, I talked about the expectation, the rigor gets harder. So from fall, it went from 56 to 84, big jump. While she gained 27 words correct per minute, she didn't quite meet that benchmark. But you can see how close she is, and definitely is on target for spring with the progress in the intervention she's receiving. If you look at student 2 on the back, have a 3rd grade student, received the same core and Tier 2 intervention. Again, she jumped from 94% of words read correctly to 99 in the winter, which was a 5% growth, and again, met expectation. For her rate, you can see amazing growth from fall to winter, 58 to 105. She was so close, just 5 words away, but 47% words gained is amazing. And again, really celebrating the work that the teachers and the students have done, knowing that we'll definitely get her there by spring.
I think those visuals too, in case it's not clear, we wanted to bring that to your attention because even though this is amazing information you just saw with these pictures, those students don't get to be counted as helping us go from 52 to 55 because even though they made wonderful growth, they didn't get to the finish line yet in winter. And so I think our goal was for you to see that even though kids are making great progress, if they don't hit exactly because they're so far behind to begin with, then it's very hard to move that needle in a system that's as large as ours.
Okay, so the next one is healthy indicator number 4, also universal instruction, that 95% of students who scored at or above benchmark in the starting window or the fall will remain at or above benchmark in the ending window. So for this time for winter. So this is a new required goal that we monitor with winter data. And as a district for K-6, we want to celebrate being really close to that goal, right? 90% is really great for the students remaining at or above benchmark from fall to winter. Another celebration is that we've increased in this goal from 2021 our 2020-21 school year, where we were only 83% at or remained at benchmark from fall to winter. So definitely an increase from that 83 to 90%. And we'll continue to work with those buildings at Leadership Academy to identify the students who didn't remain at or above benchmark to make sure they have appropriate interventions and supports in place at their building.
The next piece that we're going to look at is healthy indicator number 5, which is under our intervention systems. And this indicator is asking that the goal is that 95% of students who scored below benchmark on 2 consecutive screening periods are scheduled in an intervention. And board members were able to see this one in action when we did our February visits to our walk-to intervention. We were able to see the interventions that teachers had in place for students. And this is another area for us to celebrate that we have met the goal, and we're at 98% of our students are scheduled in a small group intervention with a highly qualified teacher, could be a teacher with a reading endorsement and or their classroom teacher, as they share the load and do that walk-to intervention so that kids can get in that small group and get just what they need. Something to keep in mind with this one is the mobility within our district. This is a goal that has to be constantly monitored at the building level because as students move into a new building, they need to check in on that kid and determine if that student needs an intervention and get it scheduled for that student. So this is one that fluctuates from time to time and buildings are constantly monitoring. The final indicator is healthy indicator number 6. And this one is also monitoring our intervention system. And the goal is for at least 65% of students who scored below benchmark in the starting window grew to reaching benchmark in the winter window. We're currently at 14% for this goal, with the AEA being at 20% and the state being at 22%. So we have a lot of work to do in this area. Our students have a lot of gaps, and it takes time to close those gaps. So we're working towards that. We do have, at the kindergarten level, we did have 37%, so slightly higher. If we looked at this data at just kindergarten, we did have 37% of kindergarten students in the fall became proficient in the winter, which is an indicator that where we're putting our resources, we're starting to see that success. We have the aligned resources and aligning human capital there, and we're starting to see those gaps close. So we're making positive impacts there. Again, lots of success stories when you look at it at the student level. Talk to any reading interventionist in the district, and they will instantly be able to tell you a student who grew leaps and bounds. Not quite reaching that benchmark yet, but heading in the right direction. Bonnie shared a few. And then there's one other student that we wanted to share that is an indicator that met this particular goal. He's student number 3 in your packet. And he started the year at 86% proficient or 86% accurate. So, and grew to 98% accurate. So gained 12% there, with the goal for that one being 95%. So met that accuracy goal and is able to read text accurately now and can turn his attention towards rate, which is the next piece that we're looking at, where he went from 42 words correct per minute to 85, with the benchmark being 84. So he met the goal by 1 word there, and we want to be able to continue that progress going forward. So he's still scheduled in those same interventions for Tier 2, still getting that solid core instruction to make sure that we continue that growth so that he can maintain and meet that benchmark in the spring as well. But you can also see that that's a tremendous amount of growth, which makes this a very lofty goal, which is why you can see across the state that it's a challenge to meet that 65%, but we're still putting the resources in place to be able to help kids close that gap and get there. There we go. All right, next then, the data that we've looked at so far has really been fall to winter. And now we're going to take a look at some data comparing last year's winter to this year winter. So those healthy indicators were fall to winter. We want to celebrate our winter literacy data. When you look at last year, we were at 49% proficient at K-6, and we're now at 53% proficient from last winter to this winter. So that's a celebration. The second chart there is showing our 7th and 8th grade literacy screening results. From winter of 21, we were at 54%. To winter 22, we maintained that 54%. So again, this is a moving target. It's changing and increasing as we go throughout the year. So we still want to celebrate being able to maintain that proficiency while we continue to work on that rigorous core instruction at 7th and 8th grade, as well as defining those interventions in junior high. The next chart is looking at the percent of students who are proficient on winter screening benchmark over the last 4 years. So you can see the grade level on the horizontal axis and the percent proficient on the vertical axis. And the green line is indicating our goal of 80% proficient. This helps us to look at trends over the last 4 years when we're looking at student proficiency. One example, we can celebrate that kindergarten had tremendous growth from last year's winter data to this year's winter data, as well as first grade working to close that gap. We can also see, though, that in 2nd and 3rd grade, who were grade levels hardest hit from COVID due to that hybrid and online instruction, they have some small drops in proficiency, and so we'll continue to support teachers with implementing the new foundational skill resource to help students make up for those skill deficits that they missed. With those high standards in core and interventions aligned to what they need. There's lots of different opportunities to pull out different reflections when you look at a chart like this. So one final one that we want to celebrate is when looking at the same group of students, so comparing apples to apples. If you look at the growth in first grade in the 2020-2021 year, so the orange for first grade, to second grade in the 21-22 or the teal color, you can see that those students went from, I have the numbers here for me, you can't see the numbers on the graph, but you can see the jump that they made there. We went from 34% to 43%. So comparing apples to apples, same students, we're seeing that growth and seeing that gap close. On the next slide, you'll be able to see this data in table form and be able to see the numbers there, as well as viewing the data by subgroup.
Okay. Also, you have a handout that should look like this with 2 sides on it. You've got the primary on one side and the up through 8th grade on the other side that shows you our subgroup data. And we've continued to focus on subgroups in all of our data analysis. As you know, disproportionality was a huge concern in prior years, and it continues to be for us as we do see continued discrepancies in our proficiency across certain subgroups, especially racial and ethnic subgroups and our students with IEPs. In the past, when we did this in the fall, we did a notice and wonder activity with you with this data. We're not going to do that tonight, but I did want to make sure you had access to this and let you know that we are not only looking at this at the DSAT level and the cabinet level, et cetera, but then buildings are getting this same type of data for their individual buildings and looking at it with their BSATs, taking it down to those grade level teams. When we do that, we look and think about what adjustments can be made for certain students or populations of students so that we can take all that stakeholder feedback and actually operationalize it. And so it had been a while since we did this because we had moved from February to March for the presentation. So I went back into our DSAT, which we did on February 4th, I think it was, just to make sure that this feedback I'm talking to you about is actually what we're taking back to Early Literacy Committee every week and trying to take into consideration. Do we have the resources to do this? Do we have the time? What do people need? And so there was a list of about 20 some items that they generated that day, and some that stood out to us as we reviewed for this presentation is the team wanted to know, like, what about our second graders? What are we going to specifically do to dive into second grade? So we're starting to talk about instructional minutes and increased support for our teachers at that level. Kindergarten is off to a great start. What can we take from kindergarten and move forward so that we can continue that momentum? The team asked, how would ESSER dollars help continue to support learning loss in ways we haven't thought about? Should we have kids loop? Should we have multi-age classrooms? Then at DSAT, for example, we have principals from all levels. And so we heard from our secondary principals saying, so what kind of impact is that at the junior high level for students who we would deem at risk. What other focus or attention can we give to our junior high or upper elementary students? Because we recognize, if you turn their sheet over, that those subgroup disproportionalities still exist at the upper levels too. Another question that's come up at the board table that DSAT brought up too is, how can we put in some accountability measures for students and families? What information should be being shared with families about this winter testing data? And accountability could be summer learning, for example, which you'll hear about later tonight. And then the last one was about our MTSS model and class sizes and just looking at the school day and how we're structuring our minutes. So those are just some examples of things that not us, but everyone else that we communicate with and work with brings to our attention for consideration. Next slide, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go into the second outcome tonight, which is showing you how we can actualize that continuous improvement process in the classrooms. And so I wanted to take a few minutes to just share what this looks like in our buildings and our classrooms and introduce, again, Trudy Thompson, who is a first grade teacher at Garfield, and we're so excited she agreed to come back and talk with you tonight about some of those key components of our early literacy plan. Brenda, if you just want to jump to the next slide for me. Thanks so much. So you'll hear Trudy talk just a little bit about her experience with implementing the 95% Phonics Core program, her participation in those early literacy professional development opportunities we've had around the science of reading, and just how those supports for Tier 2 have impacted her students in her classroom. So thanks for being here, Trudy.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, the 95% core curriculum, the materials that we're using, I think one of the biggest benefits is just how systematic it is, so that kids everything's building on the next thing. So I feel like I have so many more tools now that if you have kids who are struggling, it's not, they're not making growth, I don't know what to do. You have things there, you have like very concrete things you can take, and that keeps building on to, ways to support them. But then talking about our CTTs, we can take those things back to our CTTs, get with the professional development from our reading coaches, and collaborate with each other to have, more input and things that we can do. We've gotten really good at delving into the data that we get from 95%, things we can see what the kids are doing well, and taking that to our Tier 2. So our Tier 2, like for example, my group is working on sight words and fluency, but I'm using things I've learned in the PD, things I'm learning from the 95% curriculum, and implementing that in my Tier 2, so it's all tying together, which is great for the kids. It's interesting to me look at the growth, because I found exactly what they said. Maybe the numbers aren't showing as big of growth as we would like, but those stories are there where the kids really are growing. I hope that we stick with this long term. I think we will. I hope we will. Because I think as the kids come, I'm excited to be in first grade that next year to get those kids who have had this from the beginning. And we can jump in faster and get going. I'm learning a lot of the different types of speech, the different syllable types. There's so much to learn, and the kids, it's amazing what they've learned. It's amazing what they know already. But as we keep going, and I think we'll start to really see the impacts when you have these kids that have had the same curriculum, the same structured literacy, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and then carry through.
Thanks so much, Trudy. I'm sure they'll have questions for you later. Perfect. So just going in a little bit more, as part of that early literacy plan, one of our high leverage actions was to ensure that all of our schools had the resources that they needed in order to support those persistently at risk or PAR students. And so we looked at our fall data right when we got it to determine how many students were persistently at risk and what were the current resources in each of our buildings. That helped us determine what buildings needed additional supports. From there, we posted those 14 early literacy MTSS teachers. We were able to cover 3 of the positions in-house with current staffing. In collaboration with HR and the early literacy team, we were able to recruit and hire 7 new early literacy MTSS teachers mid-year, which is an awesome task. These new teachers provided interventions in small group instruction to our students in need of that early literacy instruction. On January 18th, here you can see that they got a full day of onboard training so they could hit the ground running back in their buildings. And then again on January 25th, they also received that 95% phonics lesson library training so they could work with our PAR students. After winter benchmark, we again looked at that data to update those building supports based on need, and we will once again do that in the spring. So that again, we are hoping to give those supports where they're most needed. And our last slide, I know that Trudy talked a little bit about the components of our early literacy plan and what those components look like in the classroom. We were fortunate, again, to be able to host some board member visits to our buildings where they saw Tier 2 walk-to intervention as well as some Tier 3 interventions. And again, by aligning all of those resources, that human capital, when we're talking about classroom teachers, innovators, reading coaches, teacher librarians, tag teachers, new early literacy supports, ELs, paras, and more, all of that human capital to that walk-to intervention, we're really able to provide that small group intensive support in extension and enrichment so every one of our students get what they need. So we just really want to thank you for your time and commitment again for joining us and seeing that in action.
Are there any questions from the board? Director Klein Jerome?
I actually have 3. First, how do teachers find the time to do all the progress monitoring and not give up a lot of instructional time? And Trudy, you probably would be the best to answer that.
Yeah, we do walk-to intervention 4 days a week, and we use that 5th day to progress monitor. That's the way we do it at our school. And the progress monitoring are 1 minute timed, so it doesn't, you get pretty good at getting them through pretty quickly, but we do it on Wednesdays.
My next question is, what did we do differently in 1920 than we have done the other years? And I understand the COVID year in there, but pretty much across the board, our reading scores are much higher from 1819, then they went up in 1920, and then they've gone down. So what were we doing differently in that particular year, if anybody happens to know?
I don't know that I have 100% of all the things that we did because there's so much that goes into it, but I do recall having a renewed focus with 95% at that time. We brought the consultants back in to do classroom visits, and we visited each building to ensure that we were using the tools that we had with them at the time with fidelity. And we worked on Lexia at the same time. Those were 2 pieces that were resources that we already had in the buildings, and we just wanted to focus on let's do what we have with fidelity as best we can.
And we're using Lexia now too, or no?
We are.
Okay. And my third is I've heard, and not in this presentation, but I've heard letters being thrown out and about. Wasn't letters used a long time ago? And we took a lot of teachers out of classrooms and trained them in it. And are we just going back to it? This is a pattern in Davenport. We did it. We dropped it. Now we're back at it. Where's letters going to fit into this? How are we going to get the training without pulling them out of the classroom?
I wasn't here for the last iteration of it, but, and I forgot to tell you, TJ, that was really impressive that you were able to say the LETRS, what it stands for, because it doesn't even pop right to the top of my mind. But one thing that's different, you're right, Karen, is that the previous letters training, which was pretty widespread, not just in Davenport, but hit the Quad Cities pretty hard 6-7 years ago, lacked, to my understanding, the coaching follow-up on top of it. And so what I've understood with this new it'll be a refresher of sorts for ones that have had it, and then new information for ones that haven't, is that we are going to go slow to go fast. So there are multiple modules, but instead of trying to take every minute of professional learning next year, we're going to split it over 2 years intentionally. And then in between each of the module trainings, there's coaching conversations that happen between that. So it's giving teachers time to learn something, go apply it, and then someone comes and supports your team, either at grade level or comes, observes, or models in your classroom. So those are the highlights, I'd say, of how it's different, or how we plan for it to be different.
So
And-
not pulling them out of the classroom.
No, we'll be using all non-instructional time to do that. And the other big piece is that we are training all of our building principals prior to this. So we'll be training them this summer, because they are the instructional leaders in that building. And then when they go into classrooms, they'll also have a good understanding of what they should be seeing and should not be seeing.
Thank you.
There's
Real,
also
real
built-
quick,
Oh,
can you let everyone know what the letters acronym stands for? Because a lot of people are like, what is letters?
I'll defer to TJ right now on that one. Just-
I believe it's the language essentials of teachers of reading and spelling.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I
It
was only
is
going to
rocket
add
science.
the curricular connection pieces too, Karen. So following each of the module trainings, the teachers will have that CTT collaboration where we're connecting the learning to our actual curriculum. So that was a new component that we'll make sure will be in place for teacher collaboration.
Director Beck.
Sorry. I love seeing these examples of students who are improving but not meeting benchmark, because it does kind of soften the blow of data sometimes. But the question I came up with was, are we not measuring growth? Should we not be looking at growth as well? Because if we're just looking at, we're not meeting this amount or that amount, we shouldn't not look at that. We should. But I guess I'm curious to know, how representative are these students, right? And if, 80% of the students who aren't meeting benchmark are showing growth, then that's a whole lot better than only 20% of the students who aren't meeting benchmark not showing growth. So I think it would be helpful at some point in the future to sort of see if we can measure that as well. And I'm not sure off the top of my head how I would do that, but I think that would be an important way to look at this, because it's not just the program is still working even if we don't meet benchmark. And I don't want to see us fall into that pattern again of, okay, we're going to drop this and try something new, unless we have really strong evidence that we should.
Thank you. Director Hayes.
I have a couple questions. First one, you said that 95% of the students were screened. What happened to those other 5? And also, you may have said it, but I missed it. You said the 4 to 6 were monitored weekly. What happens to the K to 3? How is that?
I'm going to take the first one. 97% were screened. I would say that some of that falls into our alternative assessment students that take a different assessment, so they're not counted, and they do impact this number. No way around it. Also, some of our online students, we work really, really hard to get them in to take assessments, but we can't always require that they come in. So that would attest for that 3% that you're seeing. And can you re-ask your second question?
I'm sorry, this.
K3 also has that weekly progress monitoring requirement. We adjusted 4 through 6 was previously doing every other week, and we increased that progress monitoring to weekly in order to be more responsive. So now K6 is monitoring weekly.
Okay, thanks, Sarah.
Director Gordon.
Yeah, I kind of was on the same wavelength as Director Beck, I think, because I was going to say, so these charts here, this is comparing second graders in 1819 to second graders in 1920, correct? It's not. So when you look then at 2021 first graders are at 34% proficiency, but then once they're second graders, they're at 43.2% proficiency. That is growth, and I think that, like she was saying, that does need to be celebrated and maybe put together in a way that's easier to see, especially when presenting to the schools themselves or parents. I think that's going to be helpful. Parents like to know, hey, my kid is making growth. And I know that they see more of, what we saw with the student breakdown, but it can get real easy to get bogged down in the, oh my gosh, this is terrible. But it's not terrible because there is growth there. And especially when you consider that the second graders we have this year had 3/4 of a normal year, their kindergarten year, when they're learning letter sounds, and then we're half online for 3/4 of the year the next year. Like they're not doing terribly when you look at it that way. So thank you for this presentation, though.
Director Poston.
For those students that aren't at benchmark, is there any way of pulling figures and see what their attendance is?
Definitely. We can use Tableau, which creates visualizations for us, and I think we can import a spreadsheet of the students from the Panorama database that have the non-proficient PAR status, and then crosswalk that with our Infinite Campus attendance. We could bring that back maybe in the final spring reporting. Is that what you're interested in?
Yeah, I think that would be interesting to take a look at. And I still feel with early literacy, a huge part of our problem is attendance in the classroom.
Any other questions? That was my question too, so thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Also, thank you for letting us go and view that stuff in the classroom. It was an awesome time getting to interact with the kiddos and stuff. And I know Director Klein-Jerome really liked getting back to her teacher roots, getting in there with the kids. So, thank you very, very much.
Our next presentation is following up with a board request that we have on the movement from that we recently are doing with our advanced placement. So Lisa is going to be leading that one as well. Getting some considerable time in the front there, Lisa.
All right, I'm still here. And so is Melissa. Melissa, you can go ahead and grab that other microphone too, if you don't mind. So we had a request from board members to give an update on our advanced placement programming in Davenport. And so this has been an exciting adventure with Melissa digging in. I learned so much along with all of you when we dig into these board requests. So as you can see there, you have a slideshow that was shared with you that gives you lots of background on what advanced placement is and what it looks like in Davenport. And I guess I'll just let you start us off.
Thanks for having me tonight. We'll start off with just an overview to make sure that we're all on the same page about just what advanced placement actually is. So on the next slide that Brenda's going to click to, the advanced placement program is overseen by College Board, which is an entity that exists. It allows our students to engage in college-level coursework while still in high school. The students then have the option to take an exam at the end of the year in May. It's usually the first full 2 weeks in May that those exams are offered, and they can earn college credit depending on the score of this exam. Research has consistently shown that students that are taking AP courses are better prepared overall to engage at the collegiate level, and that goes for success while they're in college as well as graduating from college, finishing on time, etc. The AP course. Go ahead. Sorry.
Also, the AP exam is not required. So you can take an AP course and then choose not to take the exam and sit for the exam in May. You can take it for experience, so to speak. Most students do take the exam but it is definitely not required.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that. If you'll go to the next slide, I just want to give a background about the different courses that are offered in Davenport schools. And the first handout that you'll be getting is going to be handouts of these next three slides so that you can kind of look at them very carefully. The courses that we offer in Davenport vary by building, and it varies year by year, simply because we have the setup right now where we offer these courses when the enrollment justifies that we run them. So if there's only a couple of students interested, then it's a harder sell to get that course to run to justify that full-time employee being with just such a low number of students for one block of their day. So the very first page is Central High School's AP enrollment for the past 5 years, with 2017-18 at the top going down to 21-22 at the bottom. And I want you to note just a few things on this very first one, especially for Central. You'll see a tiny little column in there sometimes for microeconomics, and that is online through the Bell and Blank. And the reason that they have that interest at Central in microeconomics is because they do offer macroeconomics there as a brick and mortar class. And right now that is the only location, Central is our only location with that macroeconomics class. So when you see those little slivers, you're like, wow, they ran a class with 2 kids. Not really, it's probably an online setup in that situation. And just so that you know, this does include the past 5 years, so we do see some impact from COVID in there as well. To the next page then, that is our North High AP enrollment. And these numbers, keep in mind that North High has a very significant greater number of courses offered from the concurrent side with their dual degree program that is offered out there. So if a student has a choice of taking concurrent biology versus AP biology, that's a choice that they would have to make, and that kind of explains these lower numbers as far as enrollment goes for North High School. And then we get to our final graph, which is West High Schools. And overall, for the 3 buildings in the past 5 years, I would say that the courses with the highest number of enrollment overall would be our AP English, AP Calculus, Psychology, and Human Geography. Those are kind of the 4 that rise to the top as far as enrollment goes over the years. The last page in your stapled handout has all of the data that these graphs were made from, so if you want to know actual numbers, they're hard to read on here or whatever, that will give you all of the information that I used to make the graphs. Moving forward then, go ahead.
I'm just going to fill in some gaps that you might have, because as a parent of AP students too, I didn't quite understand this, but the majority of AP classes happen during a junior or senior year level, but there are a few in those graphs that do occur when the students are underclassmen, and they're almost across the board. Any student can take an AP course. You don't have to have a certain test score, for example, but in conversations with your counselor, you may be recommended by your counselor, or a teacher might encourage you to do it, or you might self-select when you're looking through the courses and say, I want to try that. So that's kind of how those enrollment numbers get to be where they are through all those factors.
And to reiterate what Lisa just said, there is no entrance barrier, so to speak. So if you would like to self-select that you want to try AP Biology, that's absolutely 100% okay. The testing schedule, just to give you this background as well, testing happens over a 2-week time frame, like I explained at the beginning of May. So on the next slide, you will see that the courses shown in the white text are the exams that we will have students participating in this coming May. The other ones that are kind of a blue shade, blue-green shade, those are the ones that they exist, but we do not have as current courses here in Davenport Community Schools. So we do not offer a class for environmental science, but we do offer United States government and politics. They are divided up into AM and PM sessions. They last for 3 hours, and most of them consist of a multiple choice section as well as a free response section for each of the courses. On the next slide, it goes over how art and design have to work. This is slightly different than the other AP courses because the students are actually producing a portfolio that needs to be submitted. So their date is a little bit more hardline for when things have to be to the AP coordinator for the building so that then it can be submitted on behalf of the student. And that would include their whole portfolio, which includes actual work, if it's a two-dimensional thing, or photos of their work as far as three-dimensional goes. And then we get to week 2, and this is our lighter week as far as DCSD is concerned, where we just have calculus, the English language and composition, Spanish language and culture, and biology exams. But that's just the layout of how all of those occur. When we get to the AP exam score data, again, I've got some handouts for you, but just to brief everybody, Brenda, on the next slide, the AP exam scores are a weighted combination of those multiple choice sections and free response sections, and the final score is given on a 5-point scale. On this slide, it shows that if you have an AP exam score of a 5, that considers you extremely well qualified, which would be the equivalent of an A+ or an A in a college level course if you would take that on campus. A 4 means very well qualified, so an A-, B+, or B. And then a 3 says qualified, which is your B-, C+, or C. So all very well passing grades in college level coursework. 2 means you're possibly qualified, and at 1 they say that's not really a recommendation for collegiate credit. So as a result, the AP exam scores of 3, 4s, or 5s will often result in the students getting some sort of college credit or placement, but that does depend on the individual college. Looking at the very first graph then, that takes us back to May of 2017. And I know the bottom scale is a little funny. I couldn't get it to flip to be 1 through 5. It goes 5 through 1. But if you'll remember, 5, 4, and 3 are considered the passing scores for AP. So green means good. Green means they are probably going to get some sort of credit out of the exam if their scores are a 3, 4, or 5. The pink ones are the you didn't qualify to be able to get any credit on this. So looking at 2017, you can definitely see on this and the subsequent 5 pages that you have in front of you which exams were kind of the most popular. In this case, in 2017, human geography was a very popular exam to take. The English, you'll see English language and English literature exams. We have one AP English course that exists, and the students, by taking that one course, can then choose to take one exam or both exams. That's up to them. And if you see low numbers, for example, European history, that's probably going to be that online component where students will just elect to take that online. Another note of interest, you don't have to take a course in order to take an AP exam. So you could elect in May just to try European history and see how you do. And that's something that is discussed with our students through, okay, we like them to take a course beforehand, but if a student wanted to do that, that would be, again, on their own dime and all that kind of stuff. But that is possible to be able to do, just without any coursework ahead of time. Just letting you know that. And like I said, the next couple of slides just have the 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 data. I thought I'd just be quiet for a couple minutes and let you engage with those and see if you wanted to jot down any questions that we can then follow up with after the presentation. I'll go ahead and finish presentation. Sorry if I interrupted any of your thoughts. But we'll go ahead and get to more of the request from the board, which was about the AP course changes that we're currently making. Just wanted you to have that as background, and then we can talk about kind of what's going forward. So first, to discuss kind of how this evolved, we had a course guide meeting back in September, and at that course guide meeting, the high school building schedulers and principals just started the discussion about what if we would change AP courses from 3 terms back to 2 terms. It allows students to have more opportunities if the courses are at 2 terms. And the 3-term courses are really difficult to schedule for both staff and students within the confines of the schedule, the way it sits with block. So we started by surveying all of the area schools and the UEN schools to see if anybody else had taught AP on 3 terms for a block schedule. And we found that no other district that we reached out to and got back to us actually does AP this way. When we looked back at the historical AP data, we did see that even prior to instituting the block schedule, so back when we were on traditional schedule, the scores for AP back then and when we moved into block and gave it 3 terms, there was no significant increase in those scores justifying necessarily that we had 3 terms that we were going to be able to see subsequent growth. So with all of that in mind, the decision was made to then move forward with all AP classes are now going to be 2 terms long. Next slide, please, Brenda. We looked at AP course guidance from AP Central. And what we do in the past and will continue to do in the future is that teachers are going to work together in alike class groupings. So, for example, the AP English teachers across the district will get together and they establish a syllabi as well as pacing guides using those resources from AP Central. There's no syllabus or absolute dictate what comes from AP as to here's how you need to teach it and here's the amount of time you need to teach it in. That's why 3 terms to 2 terms, all of those adjustments and everything will be done by our teachers in district, but they will be working as a team so that it won't matter West, Central, North. They'll be at least alike in those components for what is being taught, how long it's being taught, et cetera, et cetera. Some of our teachers have also worked as AP readers in the past. That is during the summer months, and they help grade and score those AP exams. So having that information is wonderful for our district because then they can bring that in and add particular pieces, know what the stress points are for what we're going to do within our pacing guides and syllabi. As proactive steps, we have adjusted those 2 terms in all AP classes to 2 terms in Infinite Campus as well as in the high school course guide. Counselors were made aware of these changes back in November so that as students were scheduling for courses for next year, they were able to know that, oh, this is only 2 terms, not 3, and thus add more AP courses into their schedules if they desired. All of the AP teachers are working to ensure those pacing guides and syllabi are up to date by the start of the 22-23 school year. And as an addition, the AP teachers are being offered and encouraged to accept opportunities to attend AP Summer Institutes so that they can make sure that they are up to speed with the latest information about their specific AP course in order to teach. The next slide has a recommendation from the AP teachers. We got feedback from them, and we've created this recommended schedule for when the AP courses would be run throughout the year. This is our starting point. This is by no means the final product, but this is where we landed on with that feedback from the teachers. And then finally, making it all work. We have dedicated, targeted MTSS time for AP courses. Our recommendation is that once a week throughout the year, those AP teachers would be meeting with their AP students to be able to talk about any prerequisite knowledge that needs to come into their course or picking up pieces, helping with support of things that are difficult within the class. And it's going to require a little bit of a master schedule work so that students that are in multiple AP classes are not having to choose which AP MTSS period they would go to, but rather we would work for them on that front.
The analogy for that is sort of like ACT prep. So how some students take part in a prep experience to get ready for the ACT exam. What AP does, or College Board, is they offer study resources and old copies of exams, test prompts, etc. And so what the AP teachers have done, and will hopefully with our guidance continue to do in a systemic way, is map out over the course of the year during quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4 what the kids need to do in AP biology so that they're as ready as they can be. And then students, all of our high schools have that intervention time during the day, which is around 25 minutes. And so this would be part of that time that they could engage with their AP biology teacher on Tuesday this week and maybe their AP English teacher on Thursday. So that's what Melissa's referring to, is the coordination of that is going to be new for us, and I'm sure there'll be bumps along the way, but it's the beauty of the MTSS that we continue to talk about is based on those graphs that you saw. Some of our kids are hitting it out of the park on AP exams. They're getting 4s and 5s, and maybe that wouldn't be something they would need to do. But for some of our kids that are, just missing it with a 3, like maybe that weekly or biweekly check-in with their teacher would get them to the level that they need to be.
Continuing on then, our summer 22 will see work by all AP teachers to adjust those pacing guides and syllabi to get down to the 2 terms and then resubmit those syllabi to AP audit. What that does is it gives us the ability to put AP on the transcript, to have those teachers and syllabi approved by AP audit. The AP Summer Institute training will be available for any teacher, and they can attend as often as they like. So if they attend this summer, they absolutely can attend next summer. We fund that through our district office, and future work would include to look at those 9th and 10th grade honors courses and the feeder courses to those APs to really make sure that if there's a component that maybe could be moved down to that lower level, that we would do that, thus eliminating that huge burden of needing to do all the things in AP. And with that, I am happy to either answer any questions that I can or to take down and get back to you with others.
Director Hayes.
I have a few questions here. First of all, is there any cost to students when they take the exam? You stated that some choose not to. Is there a cost for them to take the exam?
There is a cost associated with the exam, but we are working to get all exams paid for through the district funds for those that wish to take the exam. Okay. So it's varied in the past, but we are looking in the future to hopefully be able to cover all costs.
Okay. You also mentioned that there's no barriers. Central had the majority of the classes. Are students from West North able to transfer around to take those classes?
Absolutely. We always offer them the opportunity to be able to transfer to go to Central to take those classes. We don't have like a virtual Skype or Zoom in option so that they could do that virtually from their home building, but they are always offered the option to be able to travel to the building to take those courses.
And lastly, there was a recommendation for the number grade versus the letter grade. Why is that?
The number grade is only for that AP exam. The letter grades for the courses still exist. It's just that exam that is on that 5-point scale. And that's based on College Board.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Beck.
So if I understand this correctly, currently, if somebody takes, say, AP biology, they'll take it like fall, winter, and the first 3 quarters of the year. The 4th quarter, they don't have that class, but they have several weeks before the exam. And currently, what happens in those several weeks before the exam, but after the end of the class?
That's when they would fill their schedule with a quarter only class.
With
Currently.
With a
I'm
what
sorry.
only class? Again?
Right. So a class that only lasts for 1 term, like health, for example, or PE. No,
In
maybe.
the In the schedule for students, there's a lot of 1-quarter classes to be able to take. In the science world, genetics or forensics or, one of our zoology classes. So there's always something to be able to piece in there as far as a student schedule goes, whether it be a like if you're taking AP Bio, you could pair it with a forensics if you would want to, or they could do something with a 1-term course that takes care of a social studies requirement, for example.
So you mentioned something about like weekly check-ins, and I think I missed it because there's already a learning loss between the end of the class and the time that you take the exam, unless you're a student who happens to be really good at budgeting for that time. So what if I'm moving to 2 terms now and I take biology in the first 2 quarters and then I've got a whole lot more time before the exam, how am I going to still be able to pass the exam, I guess?
That's where we see that MTSS or intervention time really playing a big role. So you would meet with your students, say, on Tuesday throughout the whole year, and during those Tuesdays during quarters 1 and 2, when your class is running, it might be help on the material that's being presented in the class at that time. And then during quarters 3 and 4, they would be repeating, they would be practicing tests. They would be saying, okay, for this 25 minutes, let's try these 5 multiple choice questions and then discuss what the answers actually would be. And there'd be more test prep. It would be an opportunity to go deeper on some of the topics, to brush off the things that you taught the first week of the class. And it might also be time to be able to say, okay, for those of you who are serious about taking this test, then this is another component that we dabbled in over here, but we can now touch on and go deeper with over here.
Okay. And then after the exam, what happens with that time period of the day? Because there's usually like 2 more weeks of school after the exam's over. So then what are the students doing?
That's a great question. That's a universal thing that happens across all high schools. Generally, the syllabus is filled post second week of May till Memorial Day or whenever graduation is, with enrichment type of topics related to AP biology that would not have been necessary to know prior to taking the exam.
Okay. I have one other question, sorry. So along with Director Hayes, you mentioned that there's not an entrance barrier, and I understand that physical buildings are not, but I think there's a fair amount of research that shows that there are unintentional barriers set up for students to enroll in AP courses. They're not guided in that direction, particularly students of color. So what are we doing is this part of a plan to fix that? Because students need to be prepared for whatever their future is, and if it's college, these are a good way to prepare for that. And if you're not at North, you may not have the opportunity to do associate's level courses. So how are we dealing with getting people to feed students into those courses?
Right. So that started way back in the fall when we were looking at the course guide and schedule of courses and making sure that where it says prerequisites, that there weren't things that we as a system were putting in place that would discourage students who are maybe have been underserved in the past from enrolling. But I wouldn't say that's something that we're perfect at yet, but we see the disproportionality in enrollment in AP, and that begins with honors, and that begins in junior high when they maybe feel like they're scholars or not. And so we're definitely digging into that and open to ideas and work to make sure that all of our students are taking rigorous courses and not and they're seeing themselves represented in that classroom. So when I walk by, I see kids that look like me and that I hang out with and know, and I'll feel comfortable in there too.
Director Kleindrum.
Why would students take AP classes at North High when they can take a dual enrollment class? Can they take like one dual enrollment class, or do they have to take the whole program?
It's on a class by class basis. So you could opt to, if you're in the dual degree program, you're going to take mostly concurrent courses so that you can complete both of those. However, you could absolutely take a single dual dual enrollment class at North. So your question is right on the money. Why would you take AP Biology if you could take,
Comp 1 or
you know,
Comp 2.
Comp 1 or Comp 2 instead of AP English? That's the $20 million question. It's up to the student. Sometimes it's the teacher that's teaching the course and they align better with one or the other. Oftentimes, though, the AP teacher is the concurrent teacher as well. So it might fit better into their schedule. Oh, I can't take this because I have to take this other course during that block, but I can take AP Biology. So I think it comes down to just the building schedule in general about how kids land in which classes there.
I would also like to know the number of minority students that are enrolled in the AP classes. And I also have a huge concern about if I took calculus terms A and B, which I never would, but okay. 25 minutes from January till May, 25 minutes a week is not going to help me pass that test come May. I think that's too big a gap of time, and 25 minutes is not enough for something like calculus. English, I could do it. Calculus, I could not. So I have some concerns about the term A and B classes and that big gap, especially for things that are more difficult.
I appreciate that comment. I think that's the one thing that we are still keeping our pulse on most definitely, and we'll come back and review when College Board sends the exam scores back to us as a district at the end of the summer, because the last thing we want is for this to have a negative impact on student achievement. But we also recognize that there are districts that are as diverse as we are that do just what you said. And so how can we ensure that the learning that happens if you have an AP course first semester, that sticks to the point that you're not going to, lose it before your exam date in May. And then I also appreciated Melissa's work with the teachers to get them as a collective to prioritize which courses should be the term 2 and 3 that really, like you're saying, that gap may be most or more detrimental, which we're all hypothesizing here. We don't know. There might be no impact on student achievement, but we'll definitely dig into that and look after next year to see.
And going from 3 to 2, it sounds like it was a district level decision, and teachers were brought in when you looked at this course scheduling, but were teachers involved in this whole discussion of going from 3 to 2? And is this really strictly a financial decision that we are saving money? We are able to have people who were teaching 3 AP classes, now they can teach something else and fill that schedule. So is that a financial issue that we're doing this?
I think it's a balance. It's a student issue and a teacher issue. So we had students, especially students who are involved in fine arts, that were limited in how many AP courses they could take because we were extending them for longer periods of time than our peers. So that was a student driver to the conversation, because when you think about that initial group, schedulers that came with that concern and or principals, they're hearing the student voice too. And so that was, I'd say, the primary conversation. But secondarily, yes, for our high school staffing, we had teachers teaching overages. We had a lot of challenges at the high school. And this relieves some of that pressure from our high school system.
Director Potts?
Okay, when your teachers have a tendency, and if I'm been teaching 3 terms, 3 blocks, American history, and now you tell me I have to go to 2 blocks, you're asking me to say, well, I'm going to drop this, or I'm going to drop that, or I'm going to drop that. That doesn't tend to be how things happen. It tends to the teachers tend to then compact what they have. So they take 3 blocks into 2 blocks. So less time perhaps is spent, less depth is done on particular subjects. When you look across the board, you look at some of the calculus or AP physics or human geography. I don't know what that is. Okay. But kids have a hard time with that, passing that AP test. All right. So how are we going to make sure things like that don't happen so that we don't wind up with kids having like a gazillion things, because Teacher Fezziwig thinks everything I'm teaching is like really important.
So first off, Mr. Potts, the AP Human Geography course is already 2 terms, so that's already taken care of.
Well, maybe it should be 3 because
And it is very successful, and it is one of our courses that our 9th graders are actually allowed to take and are finding success with that. So the other piece to your question is how do we ensure that they're not just going to compact everything, is we use those resources from AP Central. Because over the past years, they have redone the exams. And this is even since I have left the classroom where I was an AP teacher. They are much more dialed in as to here's what you do need to focus on. So we do need to take a hard look just with our current teaching and what we do. It's not everything in history from A to Z. It might be, here's your identified pieces that you really need to hit. So that's what we're going to use as our guidance to make sure that they're not trying to compact, but rather they're hitting the marks on what the exam is going to expect out of them.
Okay. My second comment is, at North, you take a biology class in the college program, you get college credit for biology. You take the AP biology class at North, you get college credit for biology. Why do we have 2 biology classes that are giving college credit? That just seems to be, is one easier than the other? Which is the case, if I'm going to get college credit, path of least resistance.
I think it's fair to say that this is a learning topic for all of us, and the movement across Iowa to have all students be college and career ready has led to our community colleges being bigger and greater partners to public school districts. And then the unintended consequence of that is so many students are able to earn credits for community college and even an AA degree from North High School. And what has happened as a result of that is there's been less interest in AP in many high schools, not only across Iowa, but across the country. But I think we would be remiss to walk out of AP. I think we need to keep these offerings in our course guides and keep our students interested in this, because there are certain Ivy League schools, and we have students attend all of these schools, and most students go to community college or go to a state university, but there are certain colleges and universities across the country that or prefer or offer greater scholarship opportunities, for example, for students that have the AP Scholar title behind their name because they've scored on X number of AP tests, they've scored a 4 or 5. So we don't want to limit our students in any way and say, well, we're a community college district. We want to ensure that students have opportunities with AP. And I think our teachers, if you serve them, would say so also, that they feel that there's just maybe a different flavor with teaching an AP syllabus compared to teaching a community college syllabus course. So I think that's why we have both, and then we are able to personalize that to the student. You know, if they don't have any interest in going to that 4-year university, then maybe the community college class is the better choice for them than the AP course, or they have test anxiety perhaps, and they can handle the rigor of this weekly and the exams and the finals, but an AP exam to sit for is just too much for them. And so I think that allows us to be sensitive to our student needs too. It's messy, you're correct, but it's the right thing to do in my opinion and in my experience.
Can I speak to that actually as a community college biology teacher? And having,
Like 1 minute, because I want to get the other.
I was just going to say, Lisa's on the right track there. So the kids who are taking biology credit through the community college, that is not credit that will necessarily transfer into a community college as a biology major. So if you want to major in biology and go on, then that's not like the first semester of college biology in most cases, if that's what you're interested in.
But it seemed to me if you're going to major in biology, you take AP biology.
Exactly. That's what I mean. So I think that's why there's still both in the same place.
Director Gordon.
I just want to beat the dead horse of the gap again, and using that MTSS time. That's a concern of mine because, correct me if I'm wrong, but during my time in the schools and just from what I've heard from my sons, you use that MTSS time a lot for classes that you're not doing well in or that you need a little extra oomph in. And so if I'm an AP student in biology, since we're on that, but I'm a terrible writer and I've passed my biology course and my AP time is done and I've got, 18 weeks until the exam, but in the meantime, I'm getting D's in my English class, I'm not going to be pulled to biology for MTSS, correct? I would be pulled to language arts.
I think that's where the time frame comes in and that building schedule around that MTSS time frame comes in. The idea would be that you know that you're going to go to AP Biology on Mondays, but that gives you the rest of the week to be able to go and handle any other classes that you're maybe struggling in or that you need just the extra boost in. So with that schedule almost, then the students will be able to plan better as well. This is when I need to kind of focus on this, and then the rest of the week can go from there.
Director Poston.
How many of these classes were taught online, and what is the future going to look like as far as online courses?
The courses that I've mostly presented data on have been the brick and mortar classes, unless there's just those minimal enrollments. We do have some of our students that do those online courses through Bell and Blank in Iowa City, but those are mostly our talented and gifted students, and they have scheduling conflicts where they want to take an extra AP course, or they're in band and their course is full so that they do online. With the exception of the COVID year where we had a bunch of our courses be online, including AP, we do mostly just brick and mortar classes in the schools.
Student board members.
Okay, I have two things. The first one kind of bounces off Director Beck's question, and I had the problem last year. I was in AP English, and we had that couple-week period between when the term ended and the test, and the problem was we had a bunch of seniors, and our MTSS is fifth block, so that's at the end of the day, and at West High School, seniors can opt out of fifth block. So no one ever came. No one ever did that because they were all opted out before that. They had selected to do that. And especially looking at the chart of the AP English, like that's the biggest class to take, but that's the lowest score. So I was just seeing if we're gonna do the MTSS, the fifth block, then it might not have to be seniors can opt out because then they're not gonna get that extra time at all. And then there's gonna be an even bigger gap than what we saw last year.
Okay,
And then I just had one more thing. I know that some students take AP courses without taking the regular course before. So in AP government right now, some students take regular government before that, or they just go straight to AP government. Well, for example, regular government may take a week to go over the Bill of Rights, but in AP government, we go in depth on each amendment, which takes longer than a week. So we're gonna go over search and seizure to a week's extent just on that one amendment. So how would we be able to fit all that in if that's the point of the AP course?
And again, I will go back to, we need to kind of look at AP Central and see if the Bill of Rights, for example, would be an emphasis on the test. If it is, then we can say, all right, then that justifies this much time, and that's fine. But then that means that this other component, which is not emphasized on the exam, might have to move to an MTSS time so that you have a couple little blips on it, but not necessarily the hard focus in the course.
Thank you.
I wanted to say thank you too to our student board member for bringing that point up about fifth period and seniors, because we recognize and we're working as a cabinet team to try to examine how intervention and acceleration happens at the high school during that time period and what's the best model to go forward with. And we're studying and we're going to be researching that together, because you pointed out a great fact, which is sometimes with young adults, when you give them a choice, they don't make the choice that, so you said the word can, seniors can, that doesn't mean they should. And so then back to the parent conversations, there's just so many things here that we know that time can be used for and should be used for. And so it's up to us to make a system that supports that for students, and also that parents understand, so that families can encourage their children to participate in these supports that we have in place. Thank you.
I just have a couple quick questions. When you were presenting, I believe that you said the AP teachers, were they surveyed or they were part of the discussion? How many of them were surveyed and how many actually responded?
We had a doc that we put out to all AP teachers, both current and those that we knew that might be incoming for next year because pending training this summer, as well as some that were from the past that have the endorsement but haven't necessarily been active AP teachers in the classroom. And I would say a good 75% of them responded and gave input on how they felt things should be able to move forward.
Okay. And then one of the things, and I think Director Kleindrom way back when kind of mentioned it about it being like a budget thing, but I think part of it was the DEA and the students push for like block scheduling, and in order to make that work for the teachers to get their free period or the prep period, this was kind of one of the scenarios that was thrown out to do that. So I just want to make sure I'm correct on that.
Yes, this did help with the overages that you mentioned earlier, Lisa.
You're asking if the block scheduling that we have in place now? No.
No, I'm just saying it was part of that because doing the block scheduling, they were not getting their prep periods. And this was something to kind of help alleviate with that.
Right. We had teachers teaching overages because of the block schedule and the amount of sections that we needed to offer in person.
Okay.
And this we were able to alleviate that this semester to a certain extent. And then this would further allow us to offer more courses across the board.
Okay. So I'm like on the fence on this one. I like the fact that the fine arts students will be able to have some of these courses, but at the same time, that's a long time before you test and stuff like that. I do have a junior, and I don't know how he would do on that. My freshman would probably be awesome, but my junior probably not so much. So I'd be interested to see how that works out. But you don't know until you try. So any other questions?
I just have one more. Sorry. I know that you said if we moved to like 2 terms, we'd be taking like the gist of things, but I know that AP students typically take that class to get more in-depth details. So would they be getting cut short of the detail that they signed up for? Just because I know that in class right now, as soon as we get in, our teacher's like, all right, put your phone away. We have so much to do today. And we go until the end of the class. And I know that in 2 terms, I can't imagine going double time on that. So I just didn't know if we'd still get those extra details.
I think you'll get the extra details that you're needing for that exam. That's going to kind of be priority in there. And then the other topics that might not be as heavily emphasized on the exam would be the ones that would, I don't want to say be on the chopping block because they're all important, but it might lend to the creation of other classes so that we can be able to do that. There might be some of those components that move down into the precursor class. So if you're planning on taking AP biology, then, well, what could we do in biology? What could we even do down in the 8th grade level to kind of get that so that you've got that background and that grounding to be able to then do better in AP.
Okay, thank you.
You sure you don't want to chime in, Ms. Mayfield? All right. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much for this presentation. As soon as I get through open forum, because I think there's people sitting here for that. Student board reports.
You can go first. Okay, I'll go first. So last Thursday on 3/24, the senior class officers at Central held a dodgeball tournament. We had over 13 teams and probably a dozen students that came to watch. The donations that we received from the dodgeball tournament will be donated to the Friendly House after we go through our process of prom and everything. And then 3 seniors were recently awarded the Brad Burchard scholarship of $12,000. 4 QC students receive this annually. 3 students from Central, or 4 technically, received it. Grace Hopkins, Martha Barnes, and Victor Hernandez. Corbin Hoffmaster won a $500 scholarship along with them, the 3. And then our student Blue Devil leaders recently just kicked off their kindness card boxes last week that we talked about with the Board of Education. And the first week we received 50 cards and were able to hand them out to students. Okay, we had a lot going on at West. We recently had dance and cheer tryouts this weekend, and we had a really big show of returners and newcomers. Senior Abigail Ray's photo entitled Greenhouse Doorway was selected to be at the City of Davenport Government City Hall for the upcoming year. The theater department will be performing the production of The Lion King this weekend. Showtimes are Friday at 7, Saturday at 7, and Sunday at 4. On Sunday, there's also going to be a kids clinic where their participants will actually get to be part of Sunday's performance in the Circle of Life song. The Davenport Cultural Diversity Club and UT IJAG students went to Washington, D.C. for spring break. The group also visited the Arlington Cemetery and participated in the wreath laying ceremony for the tomb of the unknown soldier. Students that participated in the wreath ceremony were Tai Wen from West, Zanya Garner from North High School, Charlie Garcia from United Township, and Sonia Cooper from Central High School. This term is the first time criminology has been offered at West and is taught by Miss Coyne Logan. They have had guest speakers each week of the term, so all 9 weeks, from a federal judge, public defender, lawyer, juvenile court officers, and probation and parole officers. Last Thursday, the class took a field trip to the Work Release Center / probation and parole offices downtown off of Brady, and this was the first time students have had access to the correctional facilities in Iowa. News of the visit was sent out to the Iowa State of Corrections Weekly newsletter and also the Governor Kim Reynolds. This was a great learning experience for students, and they got to learn a ton. They even got to talk with clients about their own stories and their experience with the justice system. So just a huge thank you to the 7th Judicial District Department of Corrections for allowing them to visit. Branching out to the West region a little bit, Bluegrass Elementary was named one of the top 500 schools in the world, successfully achieving the high Lexia reading standards that the literacy group was talking about. The teachers at Hayes started an attendance champion challenge that started this week and will go until May 20th. They worked with their attendance team and created a list of students who need a little bit more support from the building. Every teacher in the building then chose a student, and they became the attendance champion of that student. The goal of the champion is to check in with their student once a day. Students can earn incentives from their champion as the challenge progresses, and students with the most improved attendance will earn prizes. Teachers, as the champions, will also be competing to earn the prizes. They've been doing this for about a week, and the staff and students are really excited about that. Lastly, Wilson Elementary had an all-school writing event on their opinion writings. They do celebrations every month, either around PBIS, reading, or writing. They shared that teaching our students to love reading and writing is critical to their success as DCSD students and their journey to graduation.
Thank you, student board members. thank you for repping your regions too. I like that. Get to shout out to the elementaries and all the others too. Board reports. Do we have any board reports? Director Beck?
The junior high orchestras had a performance and lesson with an outside expert, former teacher, and we actually got to see for Sudlow. I saw Sudlow perform and Wood perform, and both orchestras were great. For Sudlow, the judge actually gave the orchestra a lesson on the stage so we could all hear what he was saying, and then they practiced the sound afterwards, and it was amazing, the difference. And so some of the orchestras did that and some chose to have it in private, but it was a really great experience, and all of our junior high students are pretty cool.
You're bringing your thing up there, Superintendent. All right. Are there any other board reports? All right, just so everyone knows, we're gonna do open forum, and then we're gonna take a break because they gotta reboot the system so we can get set up for the other stuff. But I wanted to make sure the folks that were here for open forum could get in and talk before we take a break because they probably want to get their kids home and stuff like that. So, all right, we move on to open or communications. Open forum is a time for members of the community to give input at a board meeting regarding school district issues or concerns. Individuals who want to speak, please fill out an open forum request and give it to the board secretary prior to open forum. The form is available in a hard copy for in-person attendees or on the school board page of the district's website. For those who want to participate virtually, virtual participants must email their request to Brenda T. at tbren@davenportschools.org by 3 p.m. on the day of the board meeting. The board will not act on any issue presented during open forum if it was not published as an agenda item. The Iowa Open Meetings Laws prohibits action on any issue that is not on the agenda. The president may set the amount of time allowed for individuals to speak. The board asks that no charges or complaints be made against individual employees of the district or the community. Remarks that reflect negatively on the character or motives of any person will be called out of order. Do we have any virtual ones? No virtual ones. We have 3 open forum requests tonight. First up, and again, like always, when you come up to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Up first, we will have Jackson Belleville. Did I get it right?
Yeah.
There's always that time.
Got you. All right. Jackson Belleville, 2902 West 71st Street. I've been here before on this. I think you guys know I'm quite disappointed about the AP changes. There's a million things I could say. I think the 2 things I want to hammer down, though, is number one, something that was mentioned about how the 3 terms was making it more difficult to schedule, to make people's schedules. I think that's kind of almost an oxymoron due to the fact that the time that we're going to be losing from cutting a term out is going to in turn make the class itself harder. Where we're talking about making something easier when I think it does quite the opposite. Scheduling takes minutes, maybe an hour if you have a really weird, complex schedule, but we're talking a one-time thing that might not take very long. And sure, I might be able to fit in one more 2-term class into my schedule, 1 or 2 more, but in the end, we're talking about people who take AP classes in general, like many people mentioned throughout that entire presentation, are planning on going to college and are planning to major in whatever they decide to take an AP class in. That is an important class for them. That's not just a class. That is a jumpstart on a major, potentially. So I think making it slightly easier to schedule yourself is not worth, even if it's minute, the information you could be getting, enrichment, whatever it may be, that could be very helpful to your major. That's number one. Number two, I'm really not a fan of how quickly this is being implemented, how we're talking about this a few months before the end of the school year and saying it's going to be implemented immediately starting next year. I, since freshman year, had been essentially building my schedule around the idea that I was going to be taking essentially a senior year of AP classes. I might start out my first term finishing some stuff up, but then my last 3 terms, I was planning on, next 3 terms of my senior year, I was planning on having be AP class, just a smorgasbord of AP classes. That doesn't mean I can't still do that, but I'm a little annoyed that I could have completely redone my schedule. I crammed a lot of classes this year and even last year in order to make sure that I would have my senior year free and to make sure I could dedicate as much time as I needed to AP classes. And now it just, that's just gone. That wasn't ever necessary. So I'm just not a fan of how this was implemented. It is what it is. It's clearly not going to change, but at least some of you guys listened and at least attempted to figure out more and stand up for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Jackson. All right, up next we have Evelyn Hunter. Yeah. I don't know if I stated this, 2 minutes for open forum.
Evelyn, if it's easier for you to stand at that table, that's okay too.
Yeah, if you want to sit at that table right there so you can get the mic, that's even better for you.
It's a little more your height. Right here.
Hi, my name is Evelyn. My address,
Last name?
Evelyn K. Hunter. My address is 725 Farnham Street. I am a second grader at Madison Elementary School. Ever since kindergarten, I have been bullied and picked on. This year has been especially bad. I've tried to ignore it. I tell my teacher when things happen, but she is only allowed to do so much, and the things she is allowed to do don't seem to help much. Even we even met with Mr. Jafari Woods because he handles bullying, but it was only better for a couple weeks. After that, this problem has gotten too big for me to take it anymore. My principal told my parents that the students in my grade don't know how to act at school because they have never had a normal school year because of COVID-19, but I don't think that is an acceptable excuse for the way a lot of people at my school treat each other. I also have friends who are bullied and picked on a lot as well. I think
that's the end. Does that her 2 minutes?
She can.
You can finish it out.
I think the parents of these boys need to be held accountable for their kids' behavior when the actions that school staff takes are not effective. I have put up with this so much that as much as I love my teachers and sometimes I do have good days. I am starting to feel like I should go to a different school. My parents think maybe I should move out of Davenport schools. This makes me sad because I don't want to leave my real friends and the teachers I like, but I can't stand to be punched, hit, kicked, or called mean names anymore. One time I had an accident, and now another student brings it up every time we are in gym class. He calls me pee-pee pants. Other times I try to stand up for myself or others, and that gets me in trouble sometimes. I don't think that is fair. It's not just other students being bullied. My teacher is being physically attacked as well. She has been hit, scratched, and bitten. She may not even want to teach next year. My family and friends and I are tired of dealing with this. We need the Davenport schools to show some accountability and take care of this problem for me and all my fellow students.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Evelyn, you did a really good job speaking to everyone. Thank you very much. Yeah. And just so you know, we can't respond to it open forum. I just want to make sure. We appreciate you coming and talking, though, okay?
Everybody sitting up here cares about where your sandwich is.
Up next, we have Diane Salmon.
I too am here about the bullying. This is my granddaughter, Briley, who goes to Fillmore School. She has been bullied pretty much most of the time she's been there. I asked my daughter to email me just some of the things she has gone through. One day she was hit so hard in the face with a shoe that she had the imprint on her face. You could see the size of the shoe, the round circle that had the size on it, and they didn't even call my daughter. I do daycare for her. She had walked to my house after school, and I seen it and called my daughter. Nobody made her aware. She has had her hair pulled 3 or 4 times in gym class and at recess to the point where you could tell she has hair missing. She was slapped across the face in gym class. My daughter didn't get a phone call. The teacher said, "Oh, I thought they were playing around," after my daughter tracked the teacher down later that day. She has been yanked off the monkey bars and called names. Then when she asked to go to the nurse, she was told, "No, you can't go right now." She had a cut on her lip and her elbow. Nobody called my daughter. She gets called names on a daily basis. She's told she's stupid, she's dumb, she's ugly, so much more than that. I don't know about you guys, but to me, this is not an ugly child, and neither is she. She has been pushed so hard that my daughter has had to take her new clothes because her jeans ripped and she bled through them on the knees. She's had kids take her things and purposely ruin them and break them right in front of her. She was told she can't drink chocolate milk because she's white. She's been threatened to be jumped a couple of times. She got up to sharpen her pencil 2 weeks ago, and the girl grabbed her by her hair, slapped her in the face, tried to bring her to the ground, and was kicking her. She asks her teachers for help, and she's told to quit tattling or to just ignore it. She was forced to switch classes in the middle of the year in 2020 when she was not the aggressor. She was the one having people attack her. My daughter has been to the school numerous times. She shows up randomly. She sits in their classrooms. She's had the police called. They did a home visit, and she's told they can't tell her anything that they do in the schools. But they want them to sit down and meet with a counselor when this is a continuous thing. My grandkids cannot walk home from school anymore because they're tormented by these kids. And if they stand up for themselves, then they get in trouble at school. My daughter says, you'll be in trouble at school, you won't be in trouble at home. Do what you have to do to defend yourself. And I'm with them and I'm with her. Thank you.
Ma'am, real quick before you leave the mic, will you state your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry. Diane Salmon, 2510 West 69th Street, Davenport. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Salmon, as well. I got all three. All right. That concludes open forum. We are going to take a brief recess while they reboot the system, and then we'll come back after that. Sorry, but I took you out.
I don't think so. Oh yeah, I am first.
Yeah, that's my mirror thing, but you signed my Yep. I think we all, so you had all of us. I think you have snow. Yeah, my sister lives in Maine.
You know,
Let's deliver.
Ooh, yeah. Be here a while, aren't we?
An hour and a half, 2 minutes is a bit much. Especially when we start 15 minutes late.
Yeah. And now we're having a break. We're going to be here till 10. Nice.
It's like the battle does.
Uh-huh. I noticed that.
You get the paper?
Mm-mm.
I get the paper. I see the board minutes for like Davenport School Board, PD School Board, and they'll start at 6 o'clock. And you read it, it says adjourned at 7:30.
I wonder what that's like.
When you read the board minutes from Davenport and PV in the paper or North Scott, it's like we start at 5:30 and then at 7:30 they adjourn. So it's 8 o'clock. Read it there. When do you adjourn? We're in a different time zone. Ours it says call to order on Monday, adjourn Tuesday. That was yeah, seniors.
All right.
Because you need that extra
Do we want to push the agenda item? It's the survey. And who's going to participate? It's the gentleman from the survey company.
Being a board request on the website.
No.
Yes.
Second it for me?
Absolutely, I do.
So,
It's just to have
Gary,
a look
let's
at
just do
it, because I don't think it's particularly accessible. And I just put in information, because we don't need a discussion.
Yeah.
All right. Yes.
So we wouldn't know who
Don't believe nothing she says. I said
No problem, Gary. Not, it just,
And I just like know because I've taken AP English, which is 2 classes. So if you just take AP English, there's still 2 tests that go with it. So you're paying $190 for 1 class.
Not necessarily, because you have an option, you have choices. You have some choices.
I wrote a whole newspaper
You
story
have
about
some
how
choices.
I sent it, bud. She just doesn't like it anyway.
That's not true. And I wrote a newspaper
You
story
go.
about it, and Karen's gonna second it for me. That way, if there's a paper trail.
so I recognized her.
It just doesn't work for me.
Karen, are you supposed to have your hand out of that brace? Don't get us in
Actually, I'm
trouble.
supposed to be doing exercise.
Okay. Okay.
So
Don't
when
be
I-
getting us in trouble with Chris now.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great?
I know, apparently. I shouldn't have
Be
written
very
an
peculiar if
article.
all of a sudden only 4 of your fingers go up.
Hey, want to see how nice it looks?
Oh my
Oh,
gosh!
you got the zombie scar. That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, good. Stitches came out today.
Wow.
They didn't even do disposable or the dissolvable ones?
No, they actually like cut and pulled. It's fine, it didn't hurt.
Does that have, is that,
Whole bird.
wash it real well?
Yeah, I can now wash my
Now
hands.
you can?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, it looks like there's still a lot of iodine in
Oh,
the
it just
marker
came
and
off
stuff.
today, and yeah, it's not coming off really fast.
Yeah,
I was like, ugh.
yeah, it's kinda gross.
That's what I said. Can I wash my hands now?
Yeah, they don't worry about scars
Data wall.
when it's not your face.
Growth
They're just
components to the
stitches.
data wall.
Yeah.
My dad has one too on his ankle from a surgery, and it's just like the ugliest, biggest scar.
Oh, yeah, she was
That's
supposed to
what-
get that taken care of. Now she's waiting for
It is,
Like
it is
this
off the
right
palm
here?
of my hand.
Oh, yeah. But if I
Very
like it more,
I have
I'm
glasses.
not gonna get those details.
Yeah.
That was my thing.
Is that where Marcia back?
Oh, that's where I got run over.
Oh,
When they ran him over in the
You're
parking
gonna
lot.
get an email from Brenda. You made a board request.
I remember.
Well, if you want to give it myself.
Yeah.
And that's an administrative, right?
And it's interesting.
So I told her to get more information from you, and that way you can work on, she's supposed to attach the administrative reg. Give them the gist. And then that way we'll bring it to see how you want it up for discussion. Like a committee of the whole discussion.
Perfect.
Or is it a board discussion, or you want administration involved?
I would have never heard that as regular.
Or what?
I was gonna tell you, I ran into
No, that sounds like Skype.
Yes, exactly.
Well, because the rationale is, are you gonna define what genes? Are you gonna say jeans with holes in them?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Are we not Skyping it?
So,
They can't get it to work.
yeah, it's an administrative reg, and then, cause I asked Allison if we had a policy. It's usually administrative reg. So I told her to shoot me an email. So we're good? Are we doing the cell phone and the microphone? Okay.
Well, ethanol usually takes that stuff from work for you guys to. Do you want a Kleenex?
Okay. Cause that's for the survey to put out for long. Okay.
And now when you hear I plead the fifth.
Aliens.
Presentation. 2 hours later.
Good, I'm right back where I started.
Okay, let's blast through this really fast.
First discussion. The other one.
No. I wanted to do the solution tonight. We are doing an evaluation.
I'm not connected. No connections are available.
But everything else we don't need to.
It kicked me off the Wi-Fi and now it's telling me there's no
Okay, just
Wi-Fi
remember,
networks to
I'll
be
just
found.
email you guys names of all these, or you want me just to say?
Thank heavens.
Okay.
Get this bus moving.
Yeah. I just sliced my finger with the spring, and I just picked at it.
It's in a worse spot.
It was healed, but it got really.
Okay. All right. Hello. Maybe we shouldn't have rebooted that.
Meeting's canceled. We can all go home.
All right, we're back. Moving on to the consent agenda. May I have a motion on the consent agenda?
Mr. President,
Director Hayes.
I move the board accept the consent agenda as written.
Second.
Seconded by Director Kleindrum. Any discussion? First, I thought she was raising her hand, but she's
I know.
seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Director Hayes,
Yes.
Director Kleindrum,
Yes.
Director Poston,
Yes.
Director Potts,
Yes.
Director Gordon,
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on approval of bills?
Mr. President,
Director Beck.
I move the board approve the following resolution. Resolved, all claims presented to the board having been duly certified as correct by the treasurer, reviewed by the administration and board members, and they are hereby audited and allowed as just claims and warrants drawn on the treasury for the several amounts. Further resolved, the payment of claims and salaries be approved as presented for the periods of March 9th, 2022 to March 22nd, 2022.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Hayes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Director Beck,
Yes.
Director Hayes,
Yes.
Director Kleindrum,
Yes.
Director Gordon. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm over here dying. Yes.
Director Poston,
Yes.
Director Potts.
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. Superintendent report.
Well, I've been waiting for this for a long time. I have a 35-minute presentation I'd like to give. Just kidding. I am going to greatly abbreviate things that I wanted to share. Last Thursday, President, Vice President, and myself went to the state school board where culmination of our efforts was voted unanimously by the state school board to restore full accreditation and operational control back to this body. And I just want to stop, and I think we need to This journey has been a difficult one. We've learned lots over the time. I'm very proud of the mindset that we had through this difficult journey. There isn't a person on here that didn't want improved outcomes for students, and that I'm incredibly proud for that. This is not a destination; it's a milestone. Those are the kind of mindset that we have. We haven't arrived anywhere. Now the work begins, but it couldn't come at a better time, to where we're kind of rounding the pandemic corner, and here we are with full accreditation moving forward. We're coming into the springtime where things are getting to really improve just overall mental health, and so it's a huge celebration. But it's a celebration of our staff members, from our central office to our building, all of our staff members. I think about the very difficult time that we had getting through some of the tough times that we have, and that is an exact reflection of all of our staff. And I know I echo that from the school board. We're very appreciative of everything that our teachers and principals and counselors and social workers and food and nutrition and custodians and food service, thank you, bus drivers, maintenance, and secretaries, for all of our staff members. I'm incredibly proud, and I will tell you, it was one of the coolest moments of my life. I had no idea the emotional reaction that would occur every single time they said full accreditation and operational control. It like a baseball bat. And you know, the thing that I will leave the community with, and our buildings and our staff, is that if I could bottle up the emotions, the positive energy that was coming from the highest level of the state school board, Department of Education, that was pointed toward Davenport Community School District, I would, and bring it back and share it with everybody, that and everyone else could feel exactly the way that it was presented to us. I wish I could somehow do that. I left out the paras. Thank you, Dan. So with that being said, I really want to urge us, we have a plan. We need to continue to work our plan. We need to continue to listen to our community, especially the ones that came tonight that are wounded. We need to continue to celebrate, and I have all the confidence that we're going to do that. And I also would like to thank our cabinet. They've worked tirelessly through this process. And so lastly, I would like to thank the school board. I think to the commitment that is had by the human beings sitting at this table is second to none. And you guys, this group of people, you humans, are being seen as leaders across the state. You're being asked to lead IASB presentations, you know, and you guys are changing that reputation that precedes us before we come into the room, and you're doing it, and it starts here. It starts with the training that we're doing, that proactive training that we did going into our long-range facility conversations. I couldn't be more proud of that. And so I want to commend the school board for its dedication through this tough time, because it could have been, it's very, very easy to say we're not doing anything and we're not, but no, we took the part that we owned and we wanted to make that better. And so it was an incredibly proud day. We tried to channel all of the school board members. We tried to use one-liners from as many of you as possible. And I'll leave you with this. The two most critical people, and I use the word critical as the people that hold us the most accountable, were the very first two people to make the motion and second it. So that should tell you that that it was very heartfelt. And so, again, I'm incredibly proud of where we are. It's a milestone. It's not. We haven't arrived anywhere. It's not. This is not a destination. It's just a spot that we need to be able to breathe, take in, feel really good about it, and then put a foot on the gas again. So President Goza, Vice President Hayes, or anybody else, I guess I turn it back over to you for comments or concerns. I will tell you one more story. We, real quickly, the state's attorney is a proud graduate of Davenport North, so we took some North swag up there. And as he was reading the amendments and advising the board, he was wearing a Davenport North flat bill baseball hat. So just put that out there.
Any comments from the board? Vice President Hayes, you got anything?
Just basically to echo what Superintendent Sneckloff stated, the ambience of the room was unbelievable. If you kind of reflect back to when we first started those meetings, everyone was pretty stuffy and matter of fact, but I mean, the hugs and the tears were unbelievable in that room, and you know, just the congratulations, and they know we could do it. And one person made the statement that it was almost as hard on them as it was for us because it had never been done before, and they really didn't know what to do or how to handle it, but just the accountability and holding us accountable for it, and we would come back with everything completed, that it was fine. And one person even made the statement that there were a lot of greens on the list, but right now, we're no different than any other school board. We have issues just like they do. No one is perfect, and she was so glad to see how that had turned around. So it was really, I can't even clearly articulate the emotions that were in that room at that time.
It was probably the best 5-hour round trip I guess we've had up there so far, so it was well worth it. Definitely, I would say even on the state school board members, there wasn't a dry eye in the house, which was definitely a lot different than, I don't even think they adjourned their meeting before they did the announcement, and then they were live jumping up, hugging and shaking hands and everything like that. Again, I do want to reiterate, I want to thank all the staff, because a lot of people could have left when things got bad, but everybody seemed to grab on and help with the heavy lift. That goes to every bargaining, non-bargaining, administrative, and all. I think everyone did a tremendous job with this. I think our board members really stepped up their game. I don't think that when people run for this office, they realize how much work is actually involved and time. But I thank all of you. It was very nice to go up there and represent on behalf of the board. But again, this is one hurdle we got done, but we can't let off the gas and keep going, because we need to make sure we're working the plan and planning the work. So again, to all the staff, bargaining, administrative, non-bargaining, everyone that has been involved in the process, whether you are with us or against us, we got it done. So I hope you all can jump on the team and get with it and do what we can for the betterment of the kiddos in the district, because that's what we're here for at the end of the day. Is that the end of your report?
Yes, it is.
All right. Committee reports.
Kevin's got a couple of presentations from our finance committee. Kent and Karen, would you like to kick it off with the update from our last finance report?
Yeah, we met last week, and Kevin's going to go over key measures and the monthly fund report, and then I think later on in the meeting he's going to get into the annual audit. We spent quite a bit of time going through that, and so Kevin's going to present.
Okay. Brenna, do you have everything up and running? Okay. Let's start with the key measures report, the first one on that list. A couple things to point out. First of all, this is through the month of February. We are 58% of our way through the year. 58% is important to remember because as we sit for year end, we are projected to be about 60% through our UAB, which is right where we belong. There'll be some short months and some long months in June, but the most important number on this sheet is our UAB is being projected at 10.6%. If we remember, we were supposed to be between 5 and 15%. We've really kind of hit that sweet spot of where the UAB belongs. The second part I want to point out is our solvency ratio. It is 16.7% projected. That number is a little bit high because we're going to have some ESSER funds that are going to that are happening in March and April, and we're going to have a larger June. But it is a healthy UAB, so you're starting to see the turnaround when it comes to this. On page 2 of this same report, you're going to see, and this will fall into a presentation, a request coming at a future agenda item. But again, you'll see that there's 2 items in the variance that are negative, and there's one that is positive that I have highlighted in yellow. That highlight the first one the numbering that's in black. That's not a mistake. We are going to have some ESSER funds that are going to flip that number to the negative. So we're going to be talking about an amendment at another agenda item, and these are the numbers that are sitting there right now, and I'll share with you some updated numbers. Any questions on the key measures report? Okay, on the monthly report, there's a couple things I want to point out. You'll see that our federal revenue is lagging. It is ahead, but mainly because of ESSER funds. That number would be larger if our ESSER funds were paid as we spend them and not having to wait quarter to quarter to be reimbursed. So that $8.5 million really, relatively speaking, would be larger. Our local and our state revenue are inverted. One's a little bit higher, one's a little bit lower, but that's because of some adjustments due to our budget guarantee. And probably the most important one is the one that I highlighted in yellow there for salaries. You'll see that we are within $900,000, $1.1 million of the last year's year to date. Keep in mind, there's a couple things that are pushing that number larger. Those numbers keep getting closer and closer together between year to date. But we have $2 million more in ESSER spending in FY22 as compared to FY21. FY21, we started to have some expenditures in our ESSER 1 funds, but there was $2 million more in ESSER 2 and 3 than this year than ESSER 1 last year. So if you take that apples to apples, we are below where we were year to date last year in our total salaries. Also affecting that, you'll see the benefits. Our benefits are running about $1.3 million less year to date, which the majority of that is because we did move the administrator's annuity from the annuity up into salaries, which accounts for a little over $900,000 of that difference. That, along with lower staffing levels, is the reason that is lower. So those are the two largest drivers of our expenditures. The other part to keep in mind is on that negative $5.6 million. It's pretty close to what we were last year. But remember what I said about ESSER funds. ESSER 1 funds we were paid up front, and we showed the expenditures. ESSER 2 and 3 funds were paid after the fact. So all of the stuff that's happened in January and February are in there as expenditures, but we do not have the revenue yet. We will not get the revenue till late in the fiscal year. So that 5.6 million relative to last year from an apples to apples comparison is, it's still negative, but it's not near as negative as what it was the year before. That will catch up when we get our large tax payment. We expect that to dwindle down to negative, but we'll get our large tax payment in April, and you'll see that number go the opposite direction. Any question on the monthly report?
No questions, it looks like.
Thank you, Kevin.
That's it on finance? You got an update on your data wall ad hoc committee?
From our last meeting, Mike was going to research some information and get back to us. And no, he has not gotten to us yet with that information.
Thank you. Elziak. Do you want her to do it? So could you do policy, Director Gordon?
We did not have a meeting in the last 2 weeks. Our next one is scheduled for, sorry, just a minute. Sometime in April. I
Okay.
put it on my calendar. Second week April, I think.
Okay. Thank you. Policy committee.
Well, we have some items on the agenda, so that'll be our update.
Okay. Long range facilities planning.
We met Friday in our usual every other Friday meeting, and the item on the agenda for discussion is the community survey, which is part of the overall facilities plan.
Thank you, Director Potts. No update for legislative advocacy. I hit all the committees, right? Yeah, they did already. Yeah. Finance, data wall. All right. That's it for committee reports. We'll move on to items requiring action. May I have a motion on subject 10.01?
Mr. President, I move that the board purchase 3,500 Acer 734 Chromebooks and licensing through CDWG for $994,420.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Director Klein-Jerome?
Yes.
Director Buck?
Yes.
Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director Potts?
Yes.
Director Gordon?
Yes.
Director Poston?
Yes.
My vote is yes, motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 10.02 North High Gym roof repair?
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the contract with Leggett Architects for design of the 2023 North High Gym roof repair project in the amount of $58,250.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Potts. Any discussion? Director Poston?
Yeah, I've brought this up a couple times here. As far as hiring the architect and not seeing any bids for that design for the roof. So I'm concerned that just having the same architect do this over and over again without any kind of bid, I don't think there's a whole lot of accountability there. So I would be in favor of obtaining bids on these projects.
So we discussed that after the last school board meeting. And so Josh is putting together, Josh and I are going to be putting together basically a timeline for what would that look like, Kent, to ensure that we're getting the best bang for our buck. Josh, does that round up our conversation?
Yeah, for the most part it does. In these two particular instances, there are leaks in the roof and needing repair pretty quickly. So if we were to stop the process and restart some things right now, we're talking a number of weeks, where potentially months, where this thing's going to be sitting longer without getting repaired. So if we were to make some changes, it'd be nice if that was on the next projects that we were to take on.
I have one concern as well. And it'll be an architect question, but so everyone that watches the news saw the stuff that happened at the Scott County Jail. So I just want to make sure that when the architect and their specs, they're going to have like the roof that's going to be put on is a replacement. The material they use is like a 25-year warranty versus using a 5-year warranty. So we make sure when the contractors that are bidding it comparable, and we're not having leaks 5 years down the road when the roof should last when we pay that. I mean, granted, it's an insurance thing, but I just want to make sure that because I don't think we've ever had anything in place like that. And when that stuff their roof literally blew up because of inferior product use.
Yeah, in our specs, we typically put out there it's at least a 25-year roof warranty, and the architects would make sure we do that. And using the same one a number of times, they usually get used to putting those things in there, and those are the things we look to put in there. We've actually improved the specifications of what they were probably 8 or 10 years ago, and put a thicker membrane on our roofs so they last longer.
That's what I was getting at. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Director Klein-Jerome?
Yes.
Director Potts?
Yes.
Director Postian?
No.
Director Gordon?
Yes.
Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director Beck?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 10.03 Davenport Learning Center roof repair?
Mr. President,
Director Hayes.
I move the board approve the contract with Liggett Architects for design of the 2023 Davenport Learning Center roof repair project in the amount of $133,000.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Potts. Is there any discussion? Just for the record, I want it duly noted that I was going to ask the same question I asked on the first one. All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director Potts?
Yes.
Director Postian?
No.
Director Klein-Jerome?
Yes.
Director Gordon?
Yes.
Director Beck?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 10.04 annual audit for the year ended June 30th, 2021?
Mr. President,
Director Gordon.
I recommend the board approve the annual audit for the year ended June 30th, 2021.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Hayes. Is there any discussion? Director Postian?
I know there's quite a few pages here, but sometime when you have a chance, look at the last page. We had at Finance Committee meeting an in-depth discussion about some things that need to be corrected. Kevin and Lisa are doing a great job at addressing those, and some are actually been taken care of already. And I think the bottom line is that each year we'll try to come up with the cleanest audit possible.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, I will call for the vote. Director Gordon?
Yes.
Director Hayes?
Yes.
Director Beck?
Yes.
Director Klein-Jerome?
Yes.
Director Postian?
Yes.
Director Potts?
Yes.
My vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 10.05 publication of budget amendment for FY 2022?
Mr. President.
Set hearing dates.
I move that the board establish a hearing date of April 11th, 2022 at 5:30 PM to approve an amended budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Director Klein-Jerome?
Yes.
Director Postian?
Yes.
Director Potts?
Yes.
Director Gordon?
Yes.
Director Beck?
Yes.
Director Hayes?
Yes.
My
Yes.
my vote is yes. Motion carries. May I have a motion on subject 10.06 publication of certified budget for FY 23 and set hearing date?
Mr. President. Oh, go ahead, Kent.
Director Postian?
Recommend the board establish a hearing date of April 11th, 2022 at 5:30 PM to approve the budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Call for the vote. Director Postian?
Yes.
Director Klein-Jerome,
Yes.
Director Hayes,
Yes.
Director Potts,
Yes.
Director Gordon,
Yes.
Director Beck.
Yes.
My vote is yes, motion carries. All right, we'll move on to discussion items. First item for discussion is 11.01 budget amendment for FY '22.
The first two discussion items kind of build right off the finance report. Each one of these items have gone in, we reviewed them in depth and are coming as the recommendation from the finance committee. Is that accurate, Karen?
Yes.
Okay. The first one is the budget amendment for FY '22. I'm going to take you back to last year. We made an amendment because we had some math errors and we had to amend the budget. This year we're coming to you with an amendment, not because of those, but because of ESSER funds. We knew that we had to budget some ESSER funds for this year. With the governor's allocation and some of the acceleration of how we're spending the money this year, we projected lower than what we are actually going to spend. So we are proposing to put $10 million additional in our expenditures. This is a notification to the public that we will not exceed the new total of funding. The most important part of this is that it will not increase taxes. All it is a notification that we will not exceed in these four categories and in total of expenditures. And we have to list the reason why. There is a little bit more in the non-instructional. Non-instructional would be our enterprise funds, which is the vast majority of that is our food and nutrition funds. There was some cost of food increases that we're all experiencing. There's some impact in our non-instructional program for additional expenditures. So that is what this is about. The reason that there's ESSER funds and instruction support services and non-instructional is because the staff that we're paying are in those categories. So it's not just in one line. Any questions on that?
Director Beck.
So just to clarify, the reason we have to do this is because we have to spend the ESSER money before we get the ESSER money.
Yes, that's true, but that's not the reason for the amendment. The amendment is we are spending the money. We're spending it at a larger clip than what we anticipated 12 months ago. If you think about 12 months ago when we were setting this budget, we didn't know exactly how much we were going to spend in ESSER funds in this 12-month period that we're talking about. So with the payments to staff and the governor's payment, that's made it necessary so we can extend our budget, our ask, so that we do not exceed those amounts.
Okay. And this will not require us to do any school budget review committee?
No.
Up here. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Is that it? You got the other one too.
I got the next one too.
That's it for the first one. You can move on to the second.
Okay.
Hold on one second. For the record, we are moving on to subject 11.02 certified budget FY23 initial outline.
Okay. There's two items here. The first one is the budget summary. This is the item, and I'm going to go into a little bit more depth with the PowerPoint presentation. This is the document that's going in the paper that shows exactly where our revenues are on the top half of the page and exactly where our expenditures are anticipated to be in the bottom half of the page, with the most important number being the proposed property tax rate. The proposed property tax rate of $15.60. We're currently at $15.30, and we're proposing a 30-cent increase per thousand to our property tax rate. I'm going to explain this in more depth, and you'll see this in the PowerPoint presentation. The other item on this agenda if you would open that one, is a breakdown of our taxes. Again, I'm going to show this in a PowerPoint presentation that's a little bit easier to see, and you'll see where the $15.60 is broken down, because this is a total tax. It includes PEPAL, it includes management fund, and includes the different tax portions of it within our general fund. So with that, I'd like to jump to the PowerPoint, if you would, Brenda. So when I put this PowerPoint together, this is very similar to what we did last year. I went a little bit deeper into it. This is an item that comes directly out of Forecast 5. So when we're projecting our budget, we have everything there for our forecasting for our 5-year forecast that we'll be working on after the April 11th date. On page 3, you're going to see this is just very quick terminology. The certified budget is showing the amount of taxes to be levied. Again, that's the $15.60 for each fund and program in aggregate, which means all funds combined for revenues and expenditures. We just set the hearing date for April 11th. April 15th is our due date. So we'll be able to meet that. This item is already being put in the paper in the next day or two. So we're going to be within our 10 to 20 day window of publishing. On the next page is, what are we certifying? We're certifying the maximum we can spend in all funds through June 30th of 2023, and it's to inform the public of our tax rate, the $15.60. And on the next slide, very quickly, if you remember when I said about the amendment, these terms are looking familiar with instruction, support services, non-instructional, and other. These are the 4 categories that we are certifying when it gets down to the bottom line of total expenditures. On the next slide, how is it certified to the public? It's certified as all funds. Again, the tax rate is for all funds, including PEPAL. If we had any debt, that would include that. We don't have any debt, but is a grand total for all funds. And again, what are we informing the public on the next slide? We're informing, there's 3 columns, and you'll see that in the attachments on the agenda, where it shows the actual revenues expenditures for 21. That's the column to the far right on that other posting. It informs the public of what we anticipate for FY22 for revenues expenditures, therefore the amendment that we're proposing. And it's informing the public of the expected revenues for FY23. So that's the makeup of the 3 columns. Just a little bit more of some statistical information about key variables on the next slide. Everything is driven by enrollment. We all know that. This is the summary of some history of our enrollment. It's a little bit more of a slide in enrollment than what it looks, but you can see the general slight decline in enrollment over the years. Therefore, you see what we do with some of the staffing that we've talked about. This came directly from Forecast 5, which pulled it from our beds document, so it shows kind of where our free and reduced lunch percentage were for each of those years historically. That drives our per pupil amount, and our per pupil amount will tell us how much we are allowed to spend. Our combined district cost is what they call that. On the next slide is also some key variables that fund our property tax. I want to make 2 notes on this that I highlighted in yellow. A lot of this funding formula is something that's totally out of the board's control or our control. There's 2 items on this list that you have control over as a board. You have control over the dropout prevention. If you remember, in January, you approved our dropout prevention program. This is the amount that you approved back in January for just over $5 million. You also have control over what you levy for the cash reserve levy. And we'll talk a little bit more about the cash reserve levy when I get into some other slides on here. Everything else on this, as far as the per pupil amount, is all generated between state aid and property tax. You have no control over that, those sections of that. At the bottom of the page, it shows you just the management fund is also one that you have control over, but you have to levy funds in the management fund to pay for your insurance and pay for insurance and retirement payments. Those are the two key numbers. While you have control over that, you also have to be able to pay for those. So it's kind of a combination of control and not control. On the next slide, gives you a little bit of history of where our property tax has been. Our property tax has been ranging from $15.90 down to $15.30. You can see that we're requesting the $15.60 on the far right, and you can see the breakdown by fund to get to that $15.60. One point to note: we are reducing our management fund a little bit because as we have people that have retired or coming off of our insurance, we're not having as much expenditures in our management fund. So we're trying to manage that by having kind of a mirror image of dropping our revenue as our expenditures drop. I'm going to pause just for a second because there might be a question on this so far.
Director Beck.
Thank you, Kevin. Going back to slide number 9, you have the projected enrollment there. Was that from, where is that number coming from for 23?
For the current year, that comes directly out of our count within our certified enrollment.
For 2023?
Yeah. You remember it's October 1 of 21 will fund our FY 23. So to me, it's a little bit flawed in the funding formula. It's a October of 21 count will fund our FY 23.
Okay. Okay. I was confused, but I'm okay now.
Director Beck.
So looking at the history of our property tax rates, really only one other time in this, 5-year window have we raised the property tax by about 30 cents. How did that go over? Is this a relatively common thing to have happen? This was, I think, before my time on the board, or I might have been elected that year. It just seems like a lot, but maybe it's not in context.
Well, essentially, it's about a 1.8% increase in your tax levy.
Okay.
Where we're needing to raise that, if you remember, we did do a 5-year forecast back in October. One of the things that's happening to us as we look forward is our solvency ratio is starting to decline, and it's declining significantly. When we're levying between $5 and $6 million of cash reserve, but we've got over a $6 million deficit in special ed, and we have over $2 million of ELL asking for SBRC requests. That's money spent that we do not have the funds for. So what it's doing, it's eroding away our cash position. And so we are going to become insolvent if we don't do something between reducing expenditures and increasing cash. Cash reserve does not give us authority, but it replenishes the authority that we keep asking for as we go to school budget review committee. So when you see that $6 million and you look backwards at what we've requested from SBRC, we're starting to see that effect. It's not immediate, but if we don't do something now and start to maintain that, it's going to be worse going forward.
Okay.
I have one question on this. So it's a proposed a little less than 31 cents or something. Now, with the new tax structure for the state, is that going to be the property taxes are going to have to increase to backfill the money, or we don't have to worry about that? That's a state thing.
We do have to worry about it, but it is part of this $15.60. In a slide, it's a great question, Dan. I'll show you where that effect is in the slide. It's hard to see on the document that's posted for the public to see.
Okay.
But I'll have it broken down a little bit more, and I'll show you the exact line where that impact is.
I just didn't know if we were gonna have to increase that every year or something to backfill that.
No, we shouldn't have to. And I'll mention that when I get to that, because there's another comment about that. On the next slide, and I'll go past this fairly quickly because I mentioned this is the breakdown of that second item of where all of our tax levy lands between the breakdown of the general fund, management fund, PEPAL fund. So you can see where that $15.60 comes in total. On the next slide, you'll see where we have that cash reserve levy at 11.5 million. And our instructional support levy, that's the other one that you have control on. If you remember, we voted our new instructional support levy not to exceed 10%. We're dependent on that instructional support levy, as most districts are. That shows our general fund tax levy at $13.04. That's just a little bit kind of zooming into what goes into our tax levy for our general fund. And then on the next page, it continues on to where this is our voted PEPAL, our management fund, and our regular PEPAL. It's just a zoomed in version of that. And on the next slide, this is the difference between the levy. You said just under 31 cents. I said 1.8. It's 1.96% increase in our tax rate. On the next slide, this is the one that will answer your question, Dan. And it's really hard to see that, but I will tell you on line 13, you will see commercial industrial state replacement. In the current year, it was 2.3 million on line 13, and you'll see that it's 0 for FY23. Where that is made up is in our state aid, which is line 10. That difference, you'll see it went from 109 million to 113 million. Remember, we have declining enrollment, so a lot of that, all of that gets pushed up into the state aid. The comment I wanted to make about that was, this is where when the state says this is the new money we're giving to districts, they're counting that as they're giving that to us. But really what they're doing is they're taking out of one bucket and putting into another bucket. We're not getting that extra money. They're not taxing, therefore they're giving us a state aid. So it is not as accurate when you see that. You have to net those to say what is the state really giving to school districts. The other thing I want to point out is on line 15, you'll see a large increase from 31 million to 43 million. Again, that is our ESSER effect. We're going to be spending a lot more ESSER funds in FY23 than we did in FY22. It makes sense as we're ramping up partway through the year to spend this. We have a lot more. We'll have a full 12 months of ESSER revenue and expenditures going. And you see in those highlighted ones, as we get towards the bottom, you'll see our instructional support services, the 4 categories. I can't emphasize that enough, but you can see what goes into some of those items. What is support services? It's everything but teachers. And you'll see the non-instructional and the other. Again, at the very bottom, it's the $15.60 tax rate. This is the item that is going into the paper for publication. In the next slide, I won't go into as much, but you'll see that breakdown is just zoomed in a little bit more on the expense side. It's the same document, it's just a little bit easier to read. And lastly, on the last page, these are the critical dates. I mentioned the 10 to 20 days for publication. Brenda's got this in the paper. We'll have this done by April 11th for both the amendment and the new adoption, and we'll be ready to go for next year. Any questions?
I'm seeing none. that conclude that one? All right, the next subject for thank you, Kevin, very much. The next subject for discussion is subject 11.03, summer school planning.
So we wanted to make sure that we brought an update for summer school planning. Lisa, are you going to be joining this one as well? Oh, wherever you're comfortable. So coming to the stage right now is Jen Van Fleet and Shani Ford. Also today, I don't know if you saw the front page of the Quad City Times, but she's a stud, was the title for it today, and that was Shani Ford's daughter, who is an all-conference, all-world, all-universe goalie. So we're very proud of her. We're proud of all the Ford children.
Yes,
I know they're
yes,
listening.
Thank you. She says thank you too.
Yeah, she always does. Anyway, sorry, that was off. But Jen Van Fleet is our federal program specialist, and she's kind of taking the lead on summer school. Lisa's got a microphone as well. She is overseeing this charge in our district. And so Shani Ford is our out-of-school time officer, basically anything out of school specialist. Sorry, it's getting late, long in the tooth, but let's have our update for summer school.
Sounds good. All right, so the theme of this year's, hear me okay? Sorry. The theme for this year's summer learning is learning beyond the beaten path, and we're going to give you a connection for why that became our theme that we landed on here in just a little bit as we go over what we have for you so far and how we're working with our various stakeholder groups and collecting feedback and really getting some really good coordination going as we're preparing for a really awesome summer for every single Davenport kid. Go ahead, Ed. All right, just a quick set of introductions. We have a core planning team. We meet weekly, so Shani, Lisa, and I are on the core planning team along with Lisa Baxter and Diane Campbell. And we're really fleshing out that K-12 programming. And then we also have a pre-K team with Tiffany Stalcup and Stacy Struck, who are looking at that preschool programming. So every single student pre-K-12 has the opportunity for a really awesome summer learning program. And so when we started working together, and we've been working together since December, kind of starting to put some meat on the bones, we talked about what are our goals here. And we really kind of come back to these four. We want to make sure that every single one of our students can be involved in a way and in a capacity that's right for them and that's meaningful for them. And that means that we have options for both students who are at risk and who need some extra things, and then just all of our kids who want to have something fun and engaging and academic and exciting to do over the summer. Our second goal was that we got the charge from TJ, take what you did last summer and go bigger and bolder. We had the benefit this year of some additional ESSER funding, and so he really encouraged us, think outside the box, how could you make this even bigger and better for our students? And so we really have tried to expand upon that and think about what our parents gave us as feedback last year about what they wished going forward, what was something that would have made that more beneficial for them and their students, their families, and that's something that we keep in mind. We absolutely, as staff members ourselves, with families, know that our staff and our students all have different dynamics happening. There are interesting ebbs and flows of energies and availabilities. So we really wanted to make sure that we are listening to both our staff, our families, and our students about what they wanted, what they could contribute and commit to, so that we weren't building a program that wouldn't ultimately not fit for people. We wanted to be tailored to our people here in Davenport. And so we've surveyed our staff about what they would like to do. We have worked with families, and we're starting to get things on board there to really make that tailored for them. And we are this year doing a huge push to make sure it's community focused. So the programming and the partnerships that you're seeing even in this theme are going to be the same that you're seeing across the community, so that learning beyond the beaten path is actually mirroring the Davenport Public Library theme of reading beyond the beaten path for this summer. And it's going beyond the public library. You'll also see that through Parks and Rec and other places in the community. And so we've been networking with our community partners. How could we have this vibe going through the summer that we want our kids involved, engaged, and really tuned in, and have kind of that same language happening. And so the theming that you're seeing on our slides today, you'll see that all over our city this summer as they go to Reading Beyond the Beaten Path and we do Learning Beyond the Beaten Path. All right. I'm hogging the microphone. You want me to keep going?
You can keep going. I'll chime in.
I can talk all day. Someone has to pull me off the stage. So just a couple things. When we say all, we mean all. We're talking about our incoming students. So we're not only offering for some a program for students who are already enrolled at a school, but we also want to welcome our cohorts of kids as they go to different schools. So you're going to see a program that is going to encompass both an enrichment type of academic and STEM experience, but then also what we're calling our bridge or our jump programs when we have incoming kinders or incoming 7th graders or incoming 9th graders. So both aspects of that are being offered at all levels. Go ahead, Brenda. Just a quick slide, and we asked our preschool team to put this together just to give you a picture of what they're putting together. It's a full day kindergarten jumpstart. So our preschoolers going into kindergarten will get to come on board from 8 to 2, and they'll get a little bit of literacy, a little bit of math and social emotional, and it'll really get them ready for kindergarten, and that is an entirely United Way grant funded program. And then we wanted to also share with you a typical day that we're planning, and this is still under development. We're putting meat on the bones, as we say. But what we think about when we think about what does that look like in K-6, for example, we're looking at morning program that encompasses not just the programming, but also meals. They'll come in for breakfast if they would like to. They'll have some rotations of really fun and engaging academic, social, emotional activities throughout the morning. They'll get a lunch. And then we're looking at afternoon wrap programming, and I'll let Shani speak a little bit about that because that's really her expertise area.
Afternoon wrap is critical, especially for our families that work in a full-time situation where childcare is critical. So our goal is to make sure we're able to provide summer programming to all of the students that need it and want to participate, but families have that option to have their students picked up at lunchtime or right after, or have the option to fill in with the wrap side, which would also then continue into hands-on STEM experiences, field trips. We'd have certified staff on in the afternoons as well, reinforcing what's happening during the morning, but in a very engaging and hands-on, kind of out-of-your-seat model to where we're wrapping all of the activities and engaging students while respecting the fact that our families work. So we know it's critical to provide summer, but we need to make it an option to where we make it accommodating to them.
In the past, I know Shani's probably come and talked about the 21st century programming that they've offered in the summer. And so she has years of summer experience of developing this whole day long wrap programming. And then also when we surveyed our families last year from just the 1 hour tutoring that we did separate from the 21st century program, that was some of the feedback our families got was that's a really great hour of tutoring, but it's difficult for me to find time during my workday just to come for an hour and then figure out how to get my kid home. So this year you're seeing Shani and and we're all at the same table. So it's not a separate 21st century program and then a summer learning program. We're trying to take the best pieces of that and come up with one comprehensive program. So then other elements, when we're going bigger and bolder, we're offering that half day or whole day, not just the 1 hour from last summer tutoring. We've got an expanded ESSER budget this summer that's allowing us to do those wraparound programming, that longer time for students, some expanded incentive options. And then we're wanting to make sure that we're incorporating that structure that includes the nutrition, the safety. We have plans to make sure our school libraries are open and accessible so kids can do book checkout every week during the summer. And we'll have, of course, our health services. We'll have a nurse on hand for our students who need that medical attention. And as far as district programming and planning, this is just really kind of a workflow here where we're really trying to, as a core team, work back and forth with different groups of people who are in the buildings about what they think that they'll see and want for their summer programming. And then we try to help them as much as we can on the planning side to make that happen. So you have your core planning team. We actually have 3 district coordinators. 2 people are sharing a role, and they're just starting this week, but we will have district coordinators, and those are actually some of our Davenport teachers who are stepping up to that district level coordination. We'll have a technology coordinator to make sure all of our kids have uninterrupted access to Wi-Fi and technology throughout the summer. We're coordinating with food and nutrition services, operations, so all of that's happening kind of at the bird's eye level, so that when we have our people in the buildings, our building coordinators, so every building will have a building coordinating person making sure that the program's happening, teachers, paras, and other in the building, people doing their roles, that they're set up for success. Go ahead, Brenda. And just a quick timeline, we've been meeting since December, but where we are right now, we're in the process of getting our coordinating roles in place. And we're starting to look at that level programming. So what does that look like for incentives and curriculum, and which students are we identifying? So that's happening right now, and we're leading into April. By the end of this week, we are right on track to be looking at hiring the tutors, the paras, the nurses. We'll also be coordinating with community partners and district staff to make sure that we're working together in coordination. We're starting to reach out to families, doing some save the date work. We're going to be soon registering family or students for they're actually signing up for the programming. And then when we look at May, we want to set up our summer staff for success with some professional development, maybe for whatever curriculum they're going to be using, and getting that family communication ongoing and really building that excitement for students. So last year we did a kickoff assembly, so we'll be planning something like that to really make it fun for kids. And then in June we launch. And so we're still working out some of the details, but approximately June 13th through July 29th is our anticipated dates. It might look slightly different for junior high and high school or for preschool, but we'll be off and running. And then we're kind of in a support mode at that point, where we're just making sure we're supporting the implementation actually in the buildings. And then again, this is happening in every Davenport building. So it was really, really important for us to have equitable and accessible programming for students and their families in all of our neighborhood schools. And again, it's across the city. So you'll see the programming language, theming, options that we're offering, similar to and connected to what you're going to see at the public library systems, Parks and Rec, and some of our other community organizations. And that is everything, unless I've forgotten something. Looking at Lisa. And then we thank you for your time and letting us come here, and we would love to have any questions. Feedback is really important to us. We're working tomorrow with the group of elementary principals. We've met with all the principal groups where we're surveying teachers. We've heard back from our families. So if you have any questions or feedback, we would love to have that, so we can include that in our programming planning.
Director Beck.
First of all, thanks for hanging out and giving us this presentation. This is awesome. I love the idea that it's connected to all the other city programming. But I know Director Poston has asked this question about last year. How are we going to get people there? How are we going to make sure that people are there and actually taking advantage?
I completely hear what you're saying, and summer after summer after summer, we've gone back and how do we get the kids there? What we found is most successful in having run the 21st Century Summer Programming, one of the core components is making sure we get the attendance. To be able to continue to excel, you have to have attendance rates and attendance of over 90% to remain in the green with our evaluation. All 3 of our 21st Century sites were at 90% attendance or higher, with an average daily attendance of 55 students a day, with a max of 70. So we had about 70 students enrolled. The key to student attendance is finding a champion in the building. Madison Elementary has the most successful summer program in our district. Their building attendance last summer was 96% in their summer program, K through 5. It was crazy. That is truly dedicated, or that is with Bob Schnaden and his team's dedication to making sure those students are there. It's an amazing thing to walk into summer program and there's 60 kids eating breakfast, and they're there, and they're engaged, and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And that just comes from that staff commitment to, you have to truly love it and be that champion. I've been doing summer a lot. Summer is my favorite, but having a champion is what's critical. And I think we have that.
Absolutely. We are this week looking at our building coordinator applicants, and Bob's right there on that list.
Bob's
Shout
on
out
there.
to Bob. Like other people who
He
are
called
also
me the other day.
champions.
He's all in.
Right.
But, we also are going to use Bob amongst our other building coordinators to help to train our other core staff and say, well, this is what works. This is what we want to get the kids present and then get them engaged.
And you may know of other buildings where you've been in and you know of the Bob, and those people are on board and excited as well. Bob doesn't even know he's a star of the show tonight, but he is.
He is.
But there are other people who are equally as engaging and exciting and really committed to their building and have that community relationship with their families, and we are seeing them apply. So we're supporting all of our applicants and really promising crew of building applicants that we're looking at this week.
Director Kleindrum.
I think it's great that we're offering it in every building, but some of the buildings last year were running, 12, 15 kids. I mean, it was so low. I don't want to, just because we have ESSER money, it dumped into something where we're not servicing as many kids as possible. I mean, if there's a way then to combine buildings or something, but I don't want to see lots and lots of funds put into a program where kids aren't attending, and that was the case last year.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
We have a contingency plan, much like you mentioned, that we have options to create when we have a smaller enrollment window at different schools, a contingency to almost create a region-type situation in a mini region within a region to offer that program.
Director Poston.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. Last year, we identified students that needed help, needed additional learning, and so we poured a lot of money into that. We hired additional teachers. You used Madison for an example. The figure that I remember is that there was only 10% participation, and you mentioned something about 95%. Can you explain that to me?
So last summer, we had two different options for summer. Madison is a 21st Century Community Learning Center grant site, as well as offering tutoring programs last summer, correct?
Right, and the tutoring, the 1 hour tutoring had very good attendance as well last summer. We had in the 90s for our attendance rates last year. Now, of all the students at Madison, for example, or any of our elementaries last year, we looked at students who were at risk, who needed some additional help. So it was not every kid at Madison who was invited to come to that on-site tutoring or 21st Century, but it was so it wouldn't have been 100% of Madison, but it might have been a focused 10% of them, and of those 10%, like the lion's share of them attended well.
With our grant program that we ran in person on site, that program operated through 21st Century funds, so separate from ESSER funds, and that was on site. So that program ran from 7:30 in the morning till noon, and then those students transitioned to the Y from noon to 5:30 at no cost to families. This was all supported through 21st Century. It wasn't all Madison students. This was approximately 70 Madison students who attended this program, and they were all identified through the building as needing the extra support and would benefit from programming. So of the 70 that attended, we had a 95% attendance rate for that program.
And then the other piece of that, we talk about wanting to offer something for all students. So we'll have a concentrated program where we can invite kids to come on campus and do this program, but then also we want to offer something that is engaging for kids who don't necessarily need that level of intensity, but something they can take and bake at home, something they can engage with at the school. They'll still have access to the incentive funding that we're as a part of our budget. And that's a part of our program development, to look at what every kid could benefit from, and it would be enticing for them based on their age level.
Well, going back to last year and these students that were identified as needing help, I mean, in that piece of it, there was very poor attendance. And I mean, the max was 30%. If I remember the figures correctly. So, there were students that needed help and they did not come. So, how do we put some teeth into this so that we're getting the kids there? Because otherwise, I don't think we're helping ourselves.
And just to clarify, I think that there would have been a percentage that was invited to enroll, and the kids who enrolled and then started to attend, they had good attendance. A family may have said, no, thank you, we're not going to do this, and that might have been part of that.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm getting at is the ones that needed help and were invited to come, it was very poor turnout. And again, those are the kids that they need help for early literacy. They need a lot of help. So if parents aren't sending those kids that need the help, what are we going to do as a school district?
Can I chime in on that one too? I remember you very early in when I started in Davenport, you having concerns about this at a presentation that we had. And so I think it's on us to take this back as feedback so that when we get those building coordinators in place, that we can work really tightly with our expectations for attendance and that's clearly communicated. If there are students who are waiting to be served and students who are not coming, that we get those kids in as quickly as we can to maximize the dollars that we're spending. So attendance will definitely be a higher focus and priority this summer with that information that we had from last summer.
Okay, well, just one last comment is that if parents don't take advantage of this, and especially the children that really need the help, then that is a form of child endangerment. And so I can't understand why they wouldn't take advantage of these programs. And I was very disappointed with, the kind of turnout there was for the kids that needed the help. And then just one last thing, if this program becomes successful, again, we're using ESSER dollars. So where do we go from here? I mean, is this going to be a one year shot and we're done? Or how are we going to incorporate that going down the road?
I think that absolutely we'll want to develop that exit criteria. What does success look like? And then also long-range plan for that. Where do we look at potential funding sources? If this becomes a priority and we're meeting those goals and this becomes something that's super important to Davenport schools, year-round learning, then we look at where could this potentially fall into, where we want to build room for this. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Gordon.
Are there transportation options for summer school?
We have not used we have used transportation. Excuse me. We have used transportation in years past, and we have not. When we look at transportation data from previous years when we had it, the actual use of transportation compared to the students attending was less than 10%. So when we did invest, and transportation is so expensive, it traditionally just sometimes we'd have 3 and 4 kids on a bus.
That was it? Did you have anything, Sarah? And you do not have to hang out this whole time because I know you're nodding off and you got school tomorrow. So.
Okay, I made it this far. I can stick through it.
Any other questions? Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your passion for the program. Because you've had 2 microphones sitting the whole time, and you guys were so engaged. You were fighting over one.
We go to bed.
We're early morning people. We're out late.
My question is, when does this information start going out to parents, and how does it go out?
We just provided a save the date template with that same theming to go as a template that buildings could start modifying. Again, they're selecting their building coordinators this week, and that's really going to be that critical person that the principal can network with to start getting that communication out. So some buildings may have even used that already, but I would say you're probably going to see in the next couple weeks here information going out to families by the buildings.
I would say enrollment will begin by the third week in April, if not a little bit before.
And it'll be like through parents' emails and probably
Possible forms of communication.
hopefully on our social media pages and all that. I just asked because I'll have a kindergartner next year.
Absolutely.
We'll have some kinder jump.
There you go.
I was reading on that. So again, thank you all very much. I'm very hopeful with your energetic personalities that we can make this program a success. I know last year was a little bit different and we got a lot of lost learning to pick up for. So I want to end that on a positive note. I think you all can get it done. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
You guys got to stay for the whole meeting though, but we'll let the student board.
We're almost, I feel like we need to be in it to win it.
All right. Are we set up and ready for this next one?
You gave me a cell phone number.
I think they're having some technical difficulties, but they're trying to project through the microphone.
Could I jump an item and then come back to it?
Go to food and
Will that give you enough time?
Food and nutrition.
Huh?
Do the
Yeah,
food.
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. All right. We're going to come back to subject 11.04. We are going to move on to subject 11.05, food and nutrition software.
So the Food Nutrition Services Department utilizes a software program to manage a lot of different things like purchases, nutritional information, payments, back of house records, things like that. They would like to go out for a bid or request for a quote for a new software system to save some money for the district. The system they're using now is 5 years old, and they've seen and heard of better systems that seem to be working better for their staff. So mostly this is just an informative thing to let you know or see if there's any questions around us going out for bid to do this. We're hoping to save at least $25,000 a year. Potentially more. Is there any questions around us doing that?
Way to knock it out of the park, Josh.
Thank you.
You want me to go to the next one too?
Yes.
Oh, we're ready?
I think we're going to try this. All right. You ready, Bill?
Josh, you want to do some introductions?
All right, for the records, we have just finished discussion on subject 11.05. I'm assuming you're going to bring this back to us. Okay. Does the board need any other information on that discussion? Okay. All right, we're going to go back to subject 11.04, Facilities Master Planning Community Survey Partnership.
So in part of our long-range facility planning process, we are planning to do a community survey that we send out to all residents in the Davenport Community School District. The gentleman by the name of Bill Foster is online here from School Perceptions. They've performed a survey many times before, and we'd like to give him the time to give a little overview of how this works and how they've done it in the past. He's having to do it through a cell phone with a microphone, though, so hopefully this works.
Did you catch that, Bill?
All right, can you hear me? I did.
Keep going.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Keep going, Bill. You're fine.
All right. Okay, and is it possible I was trying to share my PowerPoint. Can I do that through Skype?
Will these microphones work better for
Is that microphone on?
Yeah, it's on. We're trying to get your sound a little better here in the room, Bill.
Okay, I'll keep talking and you can tune it in. Is it loud enough now?
Way better.
Yeah.
There we go. That's better.
Okay. And Justin, can you present my information? Or is it possible for me to do that?
I had Brenda stop sharing, so do you see a computer monitor at the bottom of your Skype window? Should say present.
Yep.
Go ahead and
It
click
says
on that.
I'm presenting. Can you, let's see, share screen. Let me see it.
What happened?
It's not letting me, it says I'm the primary, let me see. Let me try this one. Let's see. This will be interesting. Okay, can you see something that says community survey overview?
No.
No, not yet.
All right.
Now you can see it.
Let's see.
Try presenting again, Bill.
I'm trying. Let's see.
You might have to stop.
It says sharing controls are disabled by policy. Okay, Justin, I did email you that my presentation. If you could present it, then we could walk through it together.
Yep. Give me just a minute to get back to the computer.
Okay. All right, well, I'll begin as Justin brings that up. I'm Bill Foster. I'm the president and founder of School Perceptions. And when we get to the presentation, you will learn that we are an independent research firm. We do about half of our business is doing staff, student, and parent surveys for school improvement. We've worked in all 50 states. We are a Wisconsin-based company. We're actually not that far from you guys, but we do work throughout the United States. And we've done many, many thousands of staff, student, and parent surveys, but we've also done 850 community surveys for the sake of strategic planning and referendum or bond planning. So essentially getting community input as it relates to updating facilities. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about tonight. So we've been around for 20 years, and our mission is to help educational leaders gather, organize, and use data to make strategic decisions. So I've been watching your board meeting tonight, so I'm not going to take very much of your time. I know you've been there a long time. I appreciate it. But we'll go through this pretty quick. So as far as it relates to community surveys, when we do a community survey, it goes out, and instead of doing a telephone survey, we do a paper survey. It gets mailed to every household in the district. And when we do that, really the goal is to educate, number one, and also gather data. So once I was working with a district, they said this is like designing an interactive newsletter. And I thought that was a good way to describe it. Justin, I'm on slide, if you go down, slide one more, slide 3. There you go, slide 3. And then you could also understand tax tolerance of people as some of the data you gather back. We also think it's very important to gather overall satisfaction metrics. So at the end of the day, people are more likely to support a plan if they understand it and if they have a voice in creating it. So not everybody will take the survey that receives it, but many of those folks will open it up, they'll read it, and they'll learn about your situation, what are your challenges, what are your concerns, what are the options, and they'll be more educated. So next slide. I don't know if we're at a different time, but so our process, we do not random sample. We use an inclusive model. So everybody in your district, in the Davenport Community School District, has an opportunity to participate. So it's not a 500 sample or a 1,000 sample. Everybody gets the opportunity to participate. So I put a couple samples in so that you can kind of begin to imagine what the survey would look like. We did a project for Comanche, not too far from you guys, and I just put a slide in there that you can see kind of part of the opening letter. Now, the opening letter can come from the superintendent, from the board and superintendent, or if you're using a facility advisory committee, there you go. And that is just a sample of kind of the story. And I provided that one just so you could read it and see it's every community survey we do is unique. So it's really your story. It's the Davenport story that we're going to help you tell, and that people can read that. So that's kind of a little background information as an example. If you go to the next slide, people are able to take the survey online. In fact, the vast majority of people will take it online. Where that red box is, there will be a unique code. The code can be used once, but only once. And that assures that nobody can take the survey multiple times. People can also take it via paper. So if they want to, they can fill it out, put it into a business reply envelope, and it comes back to school perceptions to have them fill out. So what does the survey look like? If you go to the next slide, of course, we're going to gather demographic information. Age is important to make sure that our seniors are well represented in the data. You might want to break out the data by municipality or areas of your district. We're going to look at the employees as a subgroup, the parents as a subgroup, and then also look at parents possibly by each of your elementary, middle, and high schools. I put a couple slides in that just give you some idea when I go back to the idea of educating. Slide 11 kind of shows you, you might want to show that your enrollment is increasing, or maybe your enrollment is decreasing. That's part of the challenge, so you need to right size your district. If you go on to the next slide, there are some needs or challenges. Maybe you've got safety and security challenges. Maybe you need additional gym space. Maybe you need to replace or expand an area or renovate a pool or something like that. Again, there's a lot of information that we work with the district to develop to be able to articulate what the needs are so that they can understand what you're proposing and why it might make sense. Next slide gets into I listened a little bit about your historical mill rate went up, I think, 30 cents one year. And that's part of your story is you're working hard to try to manage your spending and minimize the tax impact on your taxpayers. And you might want to put together a slide to kind of show that as part of the survey, as part of your story that you're using to explain what it is you're getting to your ultimate plan. Next slide I put in, I don't know if this applies to you. This was just a sample where maybe some of the changes might end up changing grade level configuration. Again, combination of both text and some sort of image to help explain it. These are all unique surveys, not necessarily your situation, but I wanted to give you some ideas of what it would look like. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to money and how much it's going to cost, and most importantly, how much is it going to cost me? So if you go to the next slide, you'll see what we call a tax tolerance question. And that is where you say, how much of an increase would you support, assuming the projects included were acceptable to you? In this case, we're testing 13 to 23 million. In your case, it might be many dollars more, but the concepts remain the same, where there is a tax threshold. At some point, people will say, that's too much money, I can't afford it. And you need to understand what that point is. And then just one more slide on how another way to kind of show that maybe there's going to be a slight increase, but in relative terms, it might not be that big of an increase compared to, a year or 2 or 3 years ago. That's another way to help put spending into context to show that maybe your mill rate's been declining and you could make a fairly significant investment and it would not significantly impact taxes. So anyway, we will work with you to help tell your story, but I wanted to give you those examples. And then at the end of the day, I think the most important thing that should give confidence to the board is our process is very, very predictive. You might not like the outcome, but the data is very, very representative and predictive of your community. and we just have a high level of confidence that if the board does decide to go out for a vote, that the data is going to be predictive on how it's actually going to turn out. And that we know that because we've done a lot of these projects, and we've got a pretty good methodology. So I wanted to actually cut some slides out. I don't want to go into detail on the analysis of data. I just put one slide at the very end. Just to kind of give you an example, this was a project we just finished up where it was a $180 million project, and we'll help you make sense of exactly, if this particular project is going to pass or not, because we know, based on our experience, that the undecided folks tend to break yes about 1/3, 2/3 will break no. So this particular project is going to have roughly about a 52% support when the dust settles. And that's exactly how it turned out. So in any event, I can answer questions, but I just wanted to give you kind of a quick overview of what we do and who we are.
Any questions from the Director Beck?
Thank you for your presentation. Just two quick questions. Are you able to translate this into other languages to send to households, or people can fill out online in other languages?
Yeah, it's funny. Tonight I just sent out, as I was watching your board meeting, we're doing another large district that's surveying in both Hmong and Spanish. So yes, it can and is translated, and our software can support multiple languages as well. So if you want to have it available online in multiple languages, we can do that. Or if you want to make paper copies available in multiple languages, we do it both ways.
Okay, and then it was my understanding that this would be something that we're surveying the entire community, and I don't know if this is a question for you or the superintendent, but I know we have a lot of people who rent where they live around here. So, property tax might not be their biggest concern, but they still may have concerns about the school buildings. Is that something that you've done before as well?
Yeah, so those people would receive a survey as well as the folks who own their own property. And then I would probably argue that the renters still pay tax, although not directly, but indirectly through their rent payment. So, and they also are going to vote. So you want to make sure that they are included in the process.
Thank you.
Director Kleindrum?
Would the survey go to a household or every adult in the household?
Good question. So it goes to every household, and then in the survey itself, it will say if there is another adult eligible to vote in the household, please contact the district for an additional survey. So when the surveys get printed, we do create extras. We find that, and you will get some requests for additional surveys, but not a lot. But there are people that say, I'm married, my wife and I either agree or we don't agree. And we are passionate about this issue and we want to participate. So that they are available, but we just need to be able to control that nobody's going to take the survey 50 or 500 times. So they do need to request one, and then they will be given one.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I just want to clarify this because I know people watch bits and pieces of our meetings. This is a fictional survey that he is giving us an example of because it referenced high school in here, and I just want to make sure that everyone watching and reporting on this is a fictional survey. These are not necessarily the questions that will be on ours, and that it will go to every household, whether you have kids in the district or not, every household, so no one can say they were left out. And they have the option to mail it in as well as to go online and fill it out.
That's right.
Any
we
other-
have not started working on your project yet, so we don't know. We do not know what it's going to look like. So these are just examples.
I just had to get that out there because people like to jump to assumptions. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very, very much for sticking around and hanging out on the phone with us. Hopefully someday we'll get the Zoom thing going here so we can get stuff figured out.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
You as well, thank you. We will move on to subject 11.06, policies for board's first discussion.
Do you want me to?
Oh, I'm sorry. I will turn it over to Director Beck, who is chair of the policy committee.
Okay, so the only two we really need to actually talk about are the two listed in 11.06. These are first discussion. I'm going to start with 402.12. That is the release from contract policy language. And actually, I believe Jamie put together this language. In the past, we've had this language, but we haven't always had it as clearly outlined. So this is the policy that says if an employee breaks a contract after a certain date, what can potentially happen. So can you just give us a brief summary of what this says?
Sure. So basically it moves up the date a little bit from the original board policy. So we do struggle currently with getting resignations at the end of July, beginning of August, and trying to staff those within 2 weeks for students coming back to school. So this moves this up to June 15th. And then there's also a $2,000 fee to break your contract. And that $2,000 is really to help cover for the additional advertising and work to find a replacement. So there's a little bit of skin in the game to keep that contract because it really hurts our students and our other staff when people break their contracts.
So at this point, I'll open it up. Are there any questions on this policy? And just to clarify for anybody who might be listening, the potential financial penalty for breaking contract after this date, how is that assessed?
As far as how it gets paid or what the amount?
Yes. How does that get paid?
Sure. So it would have to be through a payroll deduction, and in order for that to happen, TJ and that teacher that's breaking their contract would have to sign an agreement. So basically, TJ or the superintendent wouldn't approve it unless the teacher allowed payroll to take that deduction.
Okay, and just to clarify for anybody who's listening, this is if a person breaks a contract close to past June 15th, basically, because then we only have a couple months to fill that position. We've already budgeted for, and the person's already said they're coming or they're going to be with us, so, okay. Anything else? Mr. Potts?
Was there any conversation amongst you about certain circumstances that this might be waived?
It's really at the discretion of the superintendent.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Jamie, I had sent out June 30th. Is there a reason for that versus like June 15th, just to move it up so that you can start hiring, or?
No, I had responded that it could be moved up to June 15th. And as we're trying to bump up all of our timelines to be able to have the appropriate staffing and that early on, that's actually giving them a little bit longer to be able to get out of their contract.
Yeah, so we said June 15th was fine.
This still says the 30th.
Oh, it still says 30th here? Okay, we'll change that before we bring it back for the second discussion. Anything else? Okay, so the other policy we have to discuss is policy 100 or 101, depending on the numbering system you're using. This is the district philosophy. And this is probably the most personalized policy in most districts, and I have a little, I have a slide presentation I can share with people. But the reason this policy is kind of difficult to just go ahead and revise is because it includes the vision statement and the mission statement. So the very first paragraph include that. The issue right now is that as written, we have language in there that technically if like a pipe burst and you had to close a classroom for a day or something like that, we're not actually within the parameters of our policy. So we do actually need to make sure we adjust it to reflect to be something that we can always uphold no matter what's happened. The other issue is that this was last revised in 2011. It was last reviewed in 2017. And so it definitely is up for an update, especially now that we've come through a pandemic, we've regained accreditation. A whole lot's changed in the last 5 years. So with that being said, we have a lot of different options we could follow for revising this policy. And so this is a good opportunity for us to ask for board input onto how we want to go about and do that. As policy chair, and the fact that this is sort of a personalized policy, but it speaks to what the whole district sort of stands for. My personal recommendation would be to include our LCAC committee in revising it, just to make sure we're getting some community input there. But it is the committee serves at the pleasure of the board. And so it is really up to the board how to proceed about revising this policy. So I guess I'll open it up for discussion.
As a member of the policy committee, I do not want to see this go to another committee before the policy committee has had the opportunity to sound and go through this. That is what the policy committee is for. And we have not discussed this at all at any meeting. So other than it was kind of brought up that you were looking at it with another committee. So I believe it should stick with the policy committee, at least for the first round and discussion.
Anyone else? Mr. Potts?
Well, I guess that, are you suggesting that we a wholesale rewrite, or are you suggesting editing whatever portions in here you think we wouldn't be in compliance if we closed the classroom for something?
My personal preference would be to wholesale rewrite. I can provide some examples of other districts' versions of this where they have the IASB template policy. So there's an IASB template as well. Many of the districts, neighboring districts, have essentially like a mission and vision and a set of beliefs as their philosophy for the district. So rather having something very long and wordy like this, it's more of a set of bullet points. We believe this, we believe this, we believe that, all students can be educated, something like that. It's much more short and to the point. A couple of other districts have sort of the ISB version of this that has the compliance language in there. I feel personally that we are coming out of very different times and that we should just revisit this completely and rewrite it completely. But it's up to, I'm only one person. So, I guess it's up to the policy committee to come to the board with a recommendation. I don't know how you guys want to go about doing that. So that's really kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Is the policy committee, is it okay for the policy committee just to rewrite this and bring you guys suggestions, bring suggestions to the public? Mission and vision statements are kind of big, important statements. And given all of the long-range planning we're doing, it seems like we might want to have a little bit of input at some point from other people besides just us 7. But it's really up to you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what is dated in our current mission and vision statement. I don't see anything in those that are anachronistic, dated, or, they're a statement of philosophy. If there are things in the subsequent paragraphs, though as I read it, I don't see anything I disagree with that's laid out in those paragraphs. So I think if my opinion would be if the policy committee wishes to clean up those items excluding our current vision and mission statement, I would see that as their role. But I would see if we're going to create a new vision and mission statement, that would be something that should be a product of this board working in a retreat or, and understanding that doing things like that take forever because we mince over words and and commas and you generally come out with basically the same stuff, different words, but this, I mean, what would we substantially change that's in our current vision and mission statement? Without, all we would do is what? Move the chairs around on the deck, in my opinion.
President Gosa?
Kind of in line what you were talking about, would the flavor of the board be to have a workshop on this? Because obviously we need to revisit if it hasn't been done in so long. A workshop specifically on this where all board members are there to give their input. And then I'm trying to think of how to do this. Would we do it as that and at the same time have some community people look at it to give some input, but then the board takes that into account in their discussion? Obviously, this will take a little bit. Is that kind of along the lines, or you just want to do it as the board?
I think it's our responsibility when we're talking about what is the board's vision and mission.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's not what is the board and this group's vision and mission. I mean, this Celiac, not Celiac. What is it? Yeah, yeah. They can develop their own mission statement for their group. I just think the board's vision and mission statement should be the product of the elected board.
So I'm going to go to Director Gordon in just a second, but this is actually the district vision and mission statement, not the board's vision and mission. You know what I mean. Director Gordon.
I think that community input is necessary for something as important as this, especially in the climate that we're in now, having just been reaccredited and come out of a mess of several years. I think that it would do a lot to show that we actually care what our community and our district, families and students feel about the district and what they think that our priorities and mission should be. I think that we have to take those things into consideration because, yeah, we're the final say for it as the board or the policy committee is or whatever, but in relation to students and families, we're just a bunch of old people that we just are. We need to hear what the future of the district is seeing, that they, like, what is the path? What is the vision that the students and their families and the teachers and the staff and the people that are day to day in it, what is their vision? Because if we're not taking that into consideration, then we're not really doing our jobs anyway. That's my 2 cents.
Director Hayes.
I agree with that as well. Even with our citations, we needed more community involvement. And in going forward, I think we should just stay on the right track. And since it is district philosophy, everyone in the district, we need to hear that and see what they have to say. Although with our mission and vision, I do feel that that's board responsibility, but we owe it to our community to hear them out.
Okay. Director Postron.
Well, I wasn't really going to comment because when I look at this, this is just a bunch of words that, to me, is going to have no effect on student achievement. It's what our staff does, what our cabinet does, and implements the actions that are going to help student achievement. This, to me, is going to do nothing for student achievement.
Can I ask, if this were in a different format, are you recommending that we not worry about the mission and vision statement and that you don't think it's important for anyone? Or is it just in this current form, it's not a useful district philosophy?
No, I'm just saying, I don't have any problem with what's stated here, and I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this, because again, just a bunch of words on a piece of paper is not going to do anything for student achievement.
I would argue that this is sort of our welcoming statement in a lot of ways, or we can make it that it might, like the first place people land when they want to see what the school board's policies are. But I agree, in and of itself, it may not affect student achievement, but it kind of sets the tone. I guess, we have a variety of opinions here. Superintendent Schneckloth.
So I think there's two things going on here. I think our philosophy gives an overall overview of how we operate inside of our district. And I do believe that as a policy committee, we could take a look at that, rewrite, reword, make it match. I do believe that. In terms of your mission and vision, it absolutely can just be the words on a page. But I want to take you back to 2015 when the board that was here lived this. All they talked about was what if we had a creative arts academy, and what if every kid could have an associate's degree? They lived that and they held each other accountable to it. Your mission and your vision should be the fabric that's woven into how we hold each other accountable. And I remember late nights like this with that board and people saying, well, what if we didn't? What if we held people accountable in a different way? And so I think it's absolutely critical in the path that the board chooses to go, whether it stays, whether it investigates a new one. I think that mission and vision is really, really important. I would agree that the rest of this describes how we're doing as we move forward. This is how we operate in Davenport. It's probably some of the most critical of things that we hold ourselves accountable, because from your mission, your vision, then your values, then your goals come. And so it's absolutely tiresome work. So I would say that the two things: one, the mission and vision, values, goals are separate, and I think that's what makes this difficult, because the mission vision is critical. And I'm not saying that this is it or isn't it. How we attack that, I think, needs to be. So I hear this group would like to get some input from the policy committee on a section of it. I hear some community input that's needed, with the board being heavily involved in that. And I think that that's a really sound best practice process. That's my 2 cents.
Anybody else want to make a suggestion for how we proceed? Sarah, do you have anything you want to add?
I'm like processing everything, because once someone says something, I'm like, oh, that makes sense. And then someone says another thing, I'm like, oh, that also makes sense. Mm-hmm. But I agree with Superintendent TJ. I think that the what if is kind of questioning to see at first. And I think that if it's going to be like a welcoming thing, like Director Beck says, that people want to see, okay, why am I here? Why am I here? Not why should I be here? Like, we just have to explain this is the best option for your children from community involvement and stuff, but also from the opinions of the elected people. So I think that including everything and getting rid of the questions and more of the statements would help.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can I make a recommendation that we take the input gathered here, provide a potential path for this policy and bring it back? Because there's President Goza, Director Kleindrum, Director Beck, and myself are on that committee. Does that sound like a doable pattern? I think I've heard that. That incorporates that the board has the majority of the control, but it does seek input from the community members on that top part. Does that sound?
All right.
Good.
That's what I was going to suggest, actually.
all
So, all right. So the policy committee will bring this up at the next.
Go around the horn and ask everyone.
Oh, okay. All right. So, there's a suggestion that the policy committee take a look at this and figure out sort of the best way to move forward, potentially including community input, but with mostly board involvement. So, Director Gordon, how do you feel about going with that approach?
I agree with it.
Okay. Director Potts?
I'll go along at this point.
Okay. Director Hayes?
I'm okay with it.
President Goza?
I'm okay with it.
All right. Director Poston?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Then we will bring it up at the next policy committee meeting and then bring something back to the board as a whole after that. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next item.
1 second. Okay, so that closes out the subjects 11.06 policies for board's first discussion. We will now move on to subject 11.07 policies for board's second discussion. And again, I will turn it over to Director Beck, who is the chair of the policy committee.
So we have a number of policies here. I'm not going to read through all of them. There were only 2 minor changes from the last time you saw these. In policy 80201, we changed the amount of money so that we didn't accidentally leave out any amounts of money that required board approval. And then in policy 80207 on energy conservation, we took Josh's advice to describe more broader temperature control rather than just increasing the temperature. But everything else is the same, so I will entertain any questions on these policies. And if there are none, we will bring these for a vote at our next regular meeting.
Thank you, Director Beck. All right, we'll now move on. Administrative reports.
Not at this time.
Shocker.
That was a good comment right there.
Board request. I do have 2 board requests. Are there any other board requests? All right. First request, Director Hayes, date of request, March 28, 2022. Item requested, a request for information. Description of request. We need to readdress our policy on bullying and consequences to the offenders. Why are you making this request? This bullying in the district has gotten out of hand. When would you like this ASAP? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Second board request from Director Beck. Date of request 3/28/2022. Item request is request for information. Description of request. Please survey, scientifically or not, users of the district website and determine if we need to make it a bit more user-friendly. Why are you making this request? Myself and others have mentioned that the new district website, while a vast improvement in aesthetics, is difficult to navigate and does not seem accessible. We need to put our best face forward. And when would you like this? As soon as possible. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Any other board requests? All right, Board reflection. I'm going to start with you, Sarah, and then as soon as you do that, you can roll.
I'm running. I'm just kidding. I was just gonna congratulate you guys on the accreditation because we wrote a newspaper story about the progress, and there's a timeline that starts all the way to 2018, and the last meeting was March 28th. So now you can make a little cross off that you've reached the end, so that you're featured in our newspaper. So congratulations. But I thought this meeting was very good and long, but good, and I did it. You can check that one off.
Perfect. Thank you. Director Gordon.
I would like to reflect on what a wonderful job Justin has done for us tonight, making things work very efficiently, if not smoothly. Way to go, Justin.
The problem solving that we witnessed.
All right, thank you. Director Potts.
I would say the report we got on the survey we're going to do, because that survey is going to probably be the most extensive dip test on the community that this school board has ever done. And the results of that are going to really help us move our facilities plan down the road.
Thank you, Director Hayes.
I enjoyed the in-depth discussion about the AP classes, and I was also moved by the second grader that came and just kind of shared her feelings on what a typical day was like for her, that she had the courage to come forward.
Thank you, Director Klein-Jerome.
I want to take the criminology class that they're offering. I'm like, wow, what an opportunity for kids to have that experience. I also like the AP discussion. I'm not sure that 100% of the board is 100% where it's going, but we're willing to give it a try and see a year from now, was this a good move or not? But it was a good discussion.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director Postian.
I appreciate the presentation on literacy, some of the progress that's been made, and hopefully a lot more progress to be made down the line.
Thank you, Director Beck.
I thought the presentation on literacy was really helpful to kind of see things come full circle. And then I also appreciated getting to see some ideas of what this survey might look like. I thought that was really interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing sort of where that takes us.
Thank you, Superintendent Schneck.
I'd like to celebrate Kevin's leadership. I thought you did an excellent job as you're rounding out our budget. You're just watching where you were hired about this time last year, and so just what you've been able to accomplish in under a year is very impressive, and how far you've come, and we're very proud of that. And also all of the presentations that we had today were very powerful.
Thank you. I thought we had great discussions tonight. I appreciate working with each and every one of you. I'm glad that we're fully accredited. And thank you again for everyone for your hard work and dedication to the district, from the board to the superintendent to the cabinet to all employees. We thank you very much. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned.
Beacon Eye.
What's that?
Oh, I will. Thank you.